de Paris. This recipe calls for salted butter at room temperature, curry powder, paprika, salt, olive oil, finely chopped shallots, finely chopped garlic, finely chopped anchovies, lemon zest, Worcestershire sauce, Dijon mustard, finely chopped parsley, finely chopped tarragon, Braveheart's ribeye steak that is flavorful, tender, and has beautiful marbling, and pepper. So look at this beautiful ribeye from One World Deli. Beautiful, beautiful ribeye. Look at that. Look at that. So what I'll do is I will just saute some of the butter. You have to have the butter in room temperature. Okay? Room temperature. I'm going to saute a little of the garlic. Konti lang. Not cook it. Very, very lightly lang. And then some onions. Okay. Mix all of these together and I'll tell you why. Okay, so I'll turn off the heat. I just added a little of that. We added some salt. Okay. Some paprika. Okay. Curry powder. Wow, look at that. We have one piece of anchovy fillet. Okay. Lemon zest, olive oil, okay. We add some parsley, yan, fresh parsley. Actually, this is my style by cooking just the garlic, just applying a little heat on the garlic. Mustard, Dijon mustard. Sarap ng smell. Worcestershire sauce. Okay. And then mix this very, very well. Okay. Now, this mixture I'm going to mix with butter that's room temperature. Okay. So I have one whole butter. The moment you mix this with the herbs and the spices and the butter, what will happen is going to get a plastic container, a plastic wrap, and make a log out of that and refrigerate it, okay? I'll show you what this looks like later. So you see the butter's melted already. It's not possible to form it into a log. So what I'll do is I'll put it in the refrigerator just to stiffen up a little bit, 5-10 minutes lang, okay? What we will do is we'll cook the steak. What we want to do is pat dry our steak first. Okay? Make sure it's dry because we don't want to splatter this thing if it's wet. I want to taste the steak. I want to taste the steak. Okay? So, salt and pepper lang ito. That's it. And fry slowly lang. Okay? I like my steak medium rare. Yeah. This I learned when I was in school. The doneness of the steak. Use this part of your hand, no? Okay? Medium. Medium rare. Rare. This one, what they normally do is they sear both sides and then throw it in the oven. And then some people, from experience, they can tell by pressing it, the doneness. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. You know what I do here also in the house? I get the fat of the, sometimes I use yung New York cut, I get the fat, slice it, have that toasted, and season that with salt and pepper, serve it on the side with the steak. Now, I'll just wait for the butter to harden a bit so I can form it into a log. Black Angus beef comes from the cattle born on family farms in the U.S. They put emphasis on humane practices and sustainability that focuses on taste, consistency, quality, and trim. Okay, this one is done. Turn off the heat, and I'm going to mix the salt and pepper and season both. Okay, mamaya I want to try it just with salt and pepper. Put the herb butter on top of this, okay? I'm going to plate it. we'll do, season that with salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. And I'll show you how.
Washing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo. Plato ng kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo. Tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang pahit. Linis fantastic sa metal at plastic. Number one ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
Collected in the Philippines alone over 1 billion bottles worth of material. Internationally, over 40,000 collectors and over 5
Then you spread the leftover sauce. Can you imagine the taste already? Parang ano to eh. This reminds me of a cacio e pepe. That's the Italian dish I tried before. Get our parmesan and breadcrumb mixture and just top it. Bake this for mga 300 degrees for about 20 minutes. And you come up with a delicious seafood al horno. It's unique, it's delicious, it's different. Guaranteed, your family will love this. I've got one more holiday recipe to share. Hot German potato salad, only here on Casa DZAM.
May nagbago! May arte! May budget! Akala nyo lang yon.
So solid! White rose papaya, wow! White rose! White rose papaya, wow! White rose! White rose papaya! May glow up with white rose papaya!
White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow
May
up.
glow up with white rose papaya!
White rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS!
So we remain true to our purpose about empowering women through financial freedom. It's about transforming and modernizing this direct selling model. We are equipping our Avon representatives with digital tools. We are equipping them with education so that they're able to do also e-commerce or social commerce. With all the innovation that we're putting in, including the omni-channel innovation that we're putting in, our vision is really to have that double-digit growth over the next 5 years.
I noticed in the Philippine context, it's created a lot of fear. I think because we've built our economy on kind of business processing, right? So I think there's a natural fear that AI would kind of overtake and replace that. I think, you know, governance is important to kind of maintain a balance as to how to manage and leverage AI. For us at the bank, we see that it's going to be a massive game changer for our operations, our efficiency, and also for the customer experience. Digital has been a way to do that in a greater scale. So we spent quite a bit of time thinking through the ideal kind of customer journey, customer experience to offer efficiency, ease, and allowing the bank to come to them and for them to be able to bank and transact at the time that works for them. We're a very adaptable culture, and I think that will mean that we will embrace it and make sure that we use it to kind of leap forward in the economy and in the world.
Our third and final recipe is a German potato salad. It's unique. Everybody will love this. It's different and it's delicious. This ultimate side dish only needs a few items starting with oil, chopped bacon, Hungarian sausages sliced into rings, chopped onions, cleaned potatoes cut into cubes, milk, water, table mustard, cider or cane vinegar, salt, and pepper. Now, I'm just going to add a little oil because I'm going to add bacon, no? And the bacon is going to add flavor, okay, to this blood. Yan. You know, German food is medyo an acquired taste. I love, and their sausages. Oh, I love German sausages. And their beer. Ooh. Get a little of the oil. Then we add in our Hungarian sausage. But you know what I did? I added cheese to the Hungarian sausage. But what I want to do here is just extract some of the oil and flavor from this. Okay, saute it a bit. What I'll do here is I will just set the bacon and the sausage aside. Add in our potatoes. But you know, the advantage naman of small potatoes is they cook faster. Okay? When the moment the potatoes change color, let's add in our water and our milk. Okay? So the milk and the water will be absorbed by the potatoes. That's going to add flavor and creaminess to our salad. So this one, you simmer. If the potatoes are small, siguro mga 20 minutes. Okay? If they're big, then it'll take a little longer. So what you want to do is just cover this and wait for it to cook. Diba? For the sauce. Okay, so mustard. This is just ordinary table mustard. Okay. That's one thing I love about Germany also is their mustard. I love their mustard. We add some vinegar. Okay. Then we season that with salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Actually, the recipe is so simple, di ba? It's like a dressing, eh. No? But this is what's going to be waiting for our... I'll wait for our potatoes to cook. The moment they're done, I'll drain them. Okay. Now, the advantage of the potatoes being small or cuts in tiny pieces is they cook faster. And by the way, I left the skin on, no? I like potatoes with the skin on, no? The potatoes are going to absorb the milk. Ayun, they're done. Wow. Okay. So I'm just going to transfer this. Let's add a little milk. Okay, so that's why it's warm potato salad. Okay, I've transferred the cooked potatoes with a little of that milk. We add in our fresh red onions. Okay, so these are raw, freshly sliced onions. We add in our bacon and Hungarian sausage. And we mix. And we mix. That's it. Remember that, that mustard, vinegar, salt, pepper mixture? Look at that. Oh, you can smell it already. Diba? Wow. There you have it, hot German potato salad. It's simple, it's unique, it's delicious. You have to try this at home. Your loved ones will love you for it. This completes our 3 festive items for today. Look at the juices of the seafood came out already. Oh my God. Try any, if not all of these dishes. You have to try these.
Thank you very much for your previous patronage of Banker After Dark, which were original programming ended last March. And I'm happy to tell you there'll be 4 new shows. The one nice thing why I was very happy to be part of this deal was I felt a very nice seller sold to a very nice and deserving buyer. What are some of the practices you have instituted as a family corporation to keep the competitive fire, the edge, and the productivity and the meritocracy going? You started out marketing ice, and you actually helped create opportunity and income in the immediate area of the ice plants. Part of the attraction of BPI ever since I was an adult is whenever a bank feels it needs to sell itself or merge. In the Philippines, the first choice is to merge with BPI. I hope you enjoy watching them as much as you did the first, if not more.
You see, a lot of sellers, unfortunately, they're trying to sell one message to everyone, just targeting. It's like a shotgun approach that they're doing. Because you are actually selling a specific brand or specific solution to a specific person, you need to understand which type of person this is and what this person would want, what this person's problem is, so that you can offer a specific solution. It's not just about selling per se, it's all about influence and how to build that influence so that you can be effective with other people.
This completes our 3 festive items for today. Look at the juices of the seafood came out already. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Okay, so we have hot German potato salad. We have a seafood al horno. And a l'entrecôte de Paris, which I got from One World Deli. Trust me, they have the most delicious and widest selection of steaks. Let me try this. This is the best part of the steak. Eh? Look at the danes, oh. Ooh, look at that danes. Then we dip it in some of the sauce. I can taste the saltiness of the anchovy, the aroma of the tarragon, the garlic, the onions. It's so good. You want to surprise your family for this festive season, try any, if not all of these dishes. You have to try these. German potato salad, steak l'entrecôte de Paris, and seafood al horno.
We have the land, we have the resources, and amazingly, we have the infrastructure and policies to back this shift to clean energy. But it seems to me that the accessibility to the consumers, that's where we're seeing the gap.
There's two-pronged answers there. The local players will have to level up their marketing game, but also, forums like this and the conferences we're having really helps in sort of improve the awareness and the story behind solar.
I think there are incentives in place, but this may not be enough to really encourage more business players or business participants. They would want to ensure that there is availability and reliability of electricity. Some of these businesses are already thinking of generating their own. The distribution utilities need to be more up to date. So the benefit of having renewable energy or rooftop solar would easily be reaped.
We know that it's such a simple technology. You can put it anywhere. It's very stackable. It's modular, in which case that 2 panels work the same way as 1,000. So it's a marketing issue. How do you get the consumer to know the benefits, to make sure that the risk of adopting it is worth taking, and then they're going to enjoy that decision in 25, 30 years.
Before each weekday comes to a close, the ABS-CBN News Channel delivers a comprehensive roundup of accurate and timely reports from seasoned journalists who provide context along with insights from reliable experts. Get the news that matters in the Philippines and around the globe from The World Tonight. Anchored by Tony Velasquez on our broadcast tonight. Catch it weekdays on cable at 9 p.m. in the Philippines and also on the ANC 24/7 YouTube channel and on ANC Prestige.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
Sa paglilingkod sa bansa.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
We struggled a lot during the early days, but we didn't stop. We keep on going, and then until we got the technology right. We eventually decided that I cannot stop at just selling breast chicken. I decided to cook my chicken and sell it direct to the consumer. This is a very good business that, what is crucial is that they will lead it so that, it will go on to the next generation.
Tennyson Chen started his family's poultry business small, but his vision for it was big. With persistence and ingenuity, that humble operation has grown into a bountiful enterprise. From farms to stores, it has fed millions across generations, in turn driving national development. Bounty Fresh is now a household name, bringing well-loved brands to Filipino tables every day. At the core is a commitment to quality, as Chen leans on lessons of the past to prepare for the future and secure a family legacy that lives on.
Thank you very much for watching a special episode of Banker After Dark. We're very fortunate to have the chairman of Bounty Fresh Holdings, Mr. Tennyson Chen. And they're not just in chicken and Bounty. They have related businesses in food, in real estate, and in other lines. And we wanted to ask him some lessons that he could share with us and some experiences that he's learned from. So Tennyson, first, thank you very much for agreeing to appear on this show. I'm sure people will find what lessons you can give to them and what experience you can share useful. But as you've built the group up in your generation, and you're already the third generation with the fourth transitioning, what are some of the lessons you've learned? Let's start with the earlier days before you reached the level of prominence you have in some of your businesses.
During the early days when we were starting the company, we're always in our mind that we want to use the best technology, the latest technology in the industry. And we did that. We traveled the world. We look at the other companies that are very successful in our field, and we copied what they did. Early on, we were unsuccessful because what we were copying are from the northern hemisphere. The guys from the U.S. were, their technology, because climate there are colder and more susceptible to poultry raising, to pig raising. So we struggled a lot during the early days, but we didn't stop. We keep on going, and then until we got the technology right. Today, our technology in our broiler sheds are at least 6 generations ahead of what we were first doing in 20 years ago. So that is a continuous process of building the technology into our business that we always be in front. A lot of our supplier, we're also selling equipment to our contract farmers to help the industry. And a lot of our, supplier are asking, why are you teaching them how to grow chicken? Because we want the whole industry, the whole Philippines, to have upgraded food security, and to help the government, to help the consumers, the Filipino consumers. So I said, why we are in the 6th generation, we really are everybody else in the industry in the Philippines today. Just an example, in the feed refining, we don't handle the feed grain ingredient anymore. Everything is automated, and I said it, to a lot of people, things that were so obsolete before. You use a lot of manual labor. Today, we were able to cut down by almost maybe 90% of the manpower today.
But let me add something important to that. They've cut the manpower and automated, but total employment in the group has gone up.
Yes,
because the volume has grown more than just the mere automation. So one of the things people don't appreciate is productivity gains lead to market share gains and revenue gains, which weirdly enough leads to increased employment opportunities. And second, higher quality jobs.
I remember almost 30 years ago when we were starting, the per capita consumption of chicken meat in the Philippines is only 12 kilo per capita. Today it's reaching almost 17, 18 per kilo per capita.
And it's just in 20 years.
30 years.
30 years.
Yeah, but look, more advanced country, they're consuming like 50 kilo per capita. So the run rate is still very far for us, to get to that. Even if I go to 30 kilo, imagine 30 kilo times 120 million people. Let's add another 12 kilo per capita. That's almost a billion, more than a billion kilo that we have to add. So we're actually expanding like crazy, and yet we cannot cope up with our. We just barely just maintain our market share today, compared with 10 years ago.
You bring up food security, and it's a very important topic that's very dear to my heart. Our population has grown. We're roughly the same age. When I was born, there were 19 million Filipinos. In a couple of years, we will be 120 million. So in my lifetime, the Philippine population has grown 600%. Our land mass has not grown 1%, maybe tiny reclamations here and there. So productivity improvement, efficiencies, and all that is the only way we're going to feed our growing population.
True.
And otherwise, we cannot import our way to food security. So why don't you tell me how much, when you talked about 6th generation already, how much has productivity, you talked about labor, but overall, like the inputs, the cost, everything, because people don't understand how complex and multifaceted food production is. They think it's just a simple industry, it's just animals and vegetables that you're going. No, it's very complex.
When we first entered the industry, everything is open-sided house. A worker will take care of, let's say, 10,000 birds. Today, one of our worker will look after 100,000 birds in one house.
So and really 10 times productivity
10 times
gain.
more in productivity gain. But the thing about this is because of that, we were able to keep pace below the inflation rate in the last 30 years. I can remember that, in 1995, 96, chicken price was 70, 78, 79 pesos, more or less around that price. Today it's only 180. So if you calculate the 20, 30 years of inflation rate, it is below the inflation rate of the country.
Yes.
So that is how we are helping the country.
And one of the things I really admire about your group, Bounty, is you don't just say, this is the product. No, you are in the industry, which is fully integrated, basically from farm to table. maybe if you could explain a little bit the breadth of your product and why you chose to be, frankly, one of the most integrated food producers and manufacturers and processors in the country.
Well, first of all, we see the plight of the Filipino consumer. We think that they deserve a bit more than just shoving it into them. That this is my price, you buy it, whether you like it or not. Which is I think a lot of industry are doing today. So what we are doing is we every step of the way we integrate it, such that every small step that we save in terms of cost, we pass on to the consumer. That is how we are helping the country. I learned a lot about businesses and how you can turn around by looking at the problem and yet be able to say, what is the problem of this industry that you were able to solve.
May nagbago! May arte! May budget! Akala nyo lang yon. So solid! White Rose Papaya, wow! White Rose! White Rose Papaya, wow! White Rose! White Rose Papaya! May glow up with White Rose Papaya!
White Rose Papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
Glow up with White Rose Papaya!
White Rose Papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS!
In this part 2 of our annual Christmas wish list, and this year we're toning down the extravagance to keep in step with the spirit of the times, with pre-loved, upcycled, and traded in holiday presents with purpose, passion, and a lifetime of value.
Students or young professionals or even seasoned professionals, they have to continuously equip themselves with relevant skills so they stay relevant in this ever-changing and fast-paced world. Fortunately, our platform actually is created to help starters or even those who would want to change careers. So we offer both upskilling, reskilling. Our flagship basically covers what we call the innovation, sustainability, analytics, and continuous improvement verticals. And then what we try to do is to democratize the access to these courses and to make it sustainable. The good thing is that most of our programs are not really dependent on the degree. They're not, we don't require any degrees for them to take it. Lifelong learning entails different modalities of how you can consume information, especially in this digital age.
Now, in your earlier days, you obviously didn't have the scale you have in importing feed, importing inputs, or buying them or whatever. What are some of the practices you have instituted as a family corporation to keep the competitive fire, the edge, and the productivity and the meritocracy going?
The fourth generation, even us, we all started working for other people. So it's crucial for us that you work for another company, not related under the Bounty Fresh Group, but at the same time we see your progress, and then at certain point in their career we ask them, can you join us, because we need people. We're not so a lot yet, so we, unlike other fifth, sixth generation conglomerate, they have a talent pool. So as much as possible, we like that our limited talent pool are educated, into, go into master's degree, local or international, that, they are able to understand how other companies are doing by case study in the master's degree, So in my case, I took up local master's here in the Philippines, but I learned a lot about businesses and how you can turn around by looking at the problem and yet be able to say, what is the problem of this industry that you were able to solve of course, sometimes with the help of a professor. So what happened with our fourth generation is we asked them to go out And then at certain point, we asked them to come in. Now, some of them are leading businesses and running businesses which are very, very 10 billion in revenue. Well, I cannot imagine myself, running a 1 billion peso industry when I was starting, So, it's really very, exciting for them that they are able to look at these businesses and then be able to transform it to the, that they can go on to the 5th generation and then the 6th generation.
I have the good fortune of having met some of the members of the 4th generation. And I was struck by the quality and the breadth of their experience. Maybe if you don't mind, what are some of the firms and industries that the next generation worked in before they decided to rejoin the group?
Okay. Well, Carl worked with BPI, for a number of years. And then Caroline worked for a investment advisor, I call it, investment advisor. And I have one niece right now, is still in the U.S. She worked for Kraft Heinz.
Yes.
She ran the whole North American supply chain in the U.S. and not only the U.S., the whole North America supply chain. So it took me a while to convince her to come back.
I can see why.
So eventually she agreed, and then she will be joining us pretty soon. And then I have a nephew who is now working for Tesla. Hopefully I can entice him to come one day. My other nephew is still in MBA and taking up a master's in MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And then some others who are working in Asia or in the Philippines, but I will not discount them because the experience that they have, it's helped the company transition to the next generation.
One of the things I've also observed with some families is some want their children to work for their parents because they feel who will guide them better than their parent. Others say you can work for anybody except your parents. What is your what's your group's view on that?
We try to prevent them from working for the parent. But some of them are bright, some of them are not so bright, so it depends. So better that they find where they're comfortable with.
So you basically want a breadth and flexibility of experience rather than a very hard rule.
Correct. So, look, somebody has to be the leader, somebody has to follow. With more than 12, 13 of our 4th generation, 1 or 2 will be a leader. You don't have to have 10 of them to be the leader, right? So just a couple of them will lead, and they can transition to the next generation, which is more important for us.
One of the other practices I've observed, and some make the salaries very wide-ranging and meritocratic. Others compress the salaries range so it's not too big because you're going to get money as dividends if you're overall successful as owners. What is the inclination of the group?
Before, I used to say I'm overworked and underpaid. I really don't think that there should be a hard numbers for that. I think what is crucial here is that they feel that they work for the company. This salary is already competitive with if they work for another company. How can I entice my niece who's working for a 6-figure American conglomerate to come home? I cannot afford to pay her.
Do it for love.
I don't think I can afford to pay her that, right? So for me, what is crucial is that they find that this is a very good business. That what is crucial is that they will lead it so that it will go on to the next generation. We went into the agribusiness 40 years ago. Before that, I was talking about more another industry that we were in that we did not innovate, and eventually we struggled with that business that we eventually decided to give it up. Since then, it's always a continuous mindset of innovating.
Ang galing-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo. Plato ang kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang bahid. Linis fantastic sa metal at plastic. Number one ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
The Philippines' premier source for current affairs and business news has a new home. The ABS-CBN News Channel, now on I Want. Never miss a story. Hear the biggest news from across the globe, all in one channel.
Stay ahead with industry-shaping insights.
Sit back and relax as we take you on epic journeys and exciting leisure pursuits. Your 24/7 news channel is now within reach.
Subscribe to I Want and get access to ANC's live 24/7 channel.
And enjoy ANC programs on demand, anytime and anywhere, whether on your mobile, laptop, or smart TV. The ABS-CBN News Channel.
Now
on I Want.
You've made several new businesses start, and you've also looked at many acquisitions. What are some of the experiences you've had as you've done more and more of these acquisitions or new businesses? And both good and bad, what you learned from, what you continued with, what you abandoned on techniques and assessments.
We done some very bad acquisition, that's for sure.
We all have.
Yeah. But we learned from that. We think that when we went in, it was not something that we are familiar with, and we eventually realized that it has some background. I mean, that our professional team is not that good enough to run the business. So we failed in some of the acquisition. One acquisition that we tried to do is in Thailand, where we tried to buy a company in Thailand. It's a poultry company that export to Japan, to Europe, to the continental Europe. And it's a very successful business, although at that point in time when we bid it to a point that we think it's the right price. And then when another company came in and outbidded us, we did not go out up to that price. 2 years later, that company is forced to sell close to our bid price. So we feel when you go into a deal, be sure you're willing to walk out of that deal.
I remember I was interviewed once, and somebody told me, isn't the golden age of tycoons over? Isn't it harder to become big now? Isn't it harder to enter an industry? And my thought was, it was hard for them too. It's always hard. It's hard when you're always thinking of doing what somebody else did or an industry that was previously fashionable. And what advice can you give to people who are thinking, I'm either in a business that's struggling and I want to get it better, or should I get into a new business? Should I just stay where I am? I mean, because you've lived it. You've actually abandoned your core business before. Now you're in a new one. It's taken 40 years of very hard work, but now you're one of the most dominant player, and now you're extending that.
One thing that we did, which the other company didn't do before, is that they are heavily invested in production, but they stopped. Where did they stop? They stopped when they tried to sell the dressed chicken. We did not. We eventually decided that I cannot stop at just selling dressed chicken. I decided to cook my chicken and sell it direct to the consumer. So now I sell my chicken to, the whole country. Almost every day, they are buying the rotisserie chicken that we've been producing. And we're producing and selling at the price point that is affordable to the consumer. And we will continue to do this because we will continue to improve in our back end such that our front end will be able to benefit our consumers continuously.
What are your plans for the future? Not just for Bounty or not just for Bistro, but for the group as a whole.
One of the biggest mistake we did early on is that we didn't apply technology such that we were able to do a lot of stuff, but because we did not go with technology and put technology into our business, it eventually not died out, but struggling. And until the total mindset was changed that we have to apply technology, otherwise we will not. The other people who's applying technology will catch up, and we will eventually struggle with the business. But that was another business, not the poultry business. So eventually, when we went into the poultry business, this is the only thing we do is to put in technology into the business. We strive to do, innovate almost every quarter. We talk about innovation, how to improve, and stuff like that. But for me, a lot of people think that you earn money and then you tuck it away. We are in the mode of earning money and then reinvesting continuously, and reinvesting is not growing your volume. It is reinvesting and reinventing continuously. In my Chinese ethic thinking, we always think of two things: reinvesting or tucking away your investment. The tucking away our investment, we never look at it. Every time it's continuous innovation in putting more technology into the business. And it is not only technology, it's about packaging, it's about marketing, it's about the whole bunch of range in the company that we do continuously.
And in an extremely high volume, low margin, competitive business, what are some of the, not just key traits, but key attributes you feel? Because this is something you had to earn, and this is something you have to keep. It's not just going to stay there.
We went into the agribusiness 40 years ago. Before that, I was talking about more, another industry that we were in that we did not innovate, and eventually we struggled with that business that we eventually decided to give it up. Since then, it's always a continuous mindset of innovating, and not stopping about, and not thinking that, we're the best already. How we get to 6th generation of innovation in our business is not because of just like that. We invest, we lose money, we invest again.
30 years ago, I didn't know who you were. And now it's all over. You're one of the dominant brands. I find your story of growth amid competition in a, frankly, very, very tough industry. You have competition, you have pestilence at times, you have unforeseen events, you have to deal with extraneous and internal challenges when you're in the food industry, and especially in primary protein. But your story, in my group, your group, is one of not resilience, it's of resilient success. And the moment you stop having that paranoid, resilient success, I have to perpetually improve mindset, is the day you will start declining.
Yes.
Well, I hope our audience has learned a lot And even if you're not in chicken or in food, I think the biggest lesson today is attitude. And I hope you've learned what has made them successful and why they're so paranoid, concerned, and hardworking, because they know success is very fleeting unless you attend to it. Thank you very much for agreeing to interview us. And also, I'm happy to be associated with Tennyson, and I'm glad we were able to work together on the Bistro deal.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
Sa paglilingkod sa bansa.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
Today, we're heading on the best kind of adventure. The kind that starts late and ends with a full heart and an even fuller plate. From hearty comfort meals to aesthetic bites made for your feet and your cravings, we're exploring the best cafes and brunch spots inside and outside the metro. So if you're looking for your next weekend ritual, stick around. This is your sign to brunch better. I'm Sam Sidwani Clavano, and this is the A-List. There's something special about brunch. It offers a leisurely social meal that combines the best of breakfast and lunch, like crispy bacon and fresh greens, strong coffee paired with silog meals, or just the champorado or sopas that calm our tummies. But beyond the food, it's the vibe that matters. Brunch is a moment to pause, to sleep in, to laugh over pancakes and pour over, to reconnect with people you love, or even just with yourself. And in a world that often rushes us, brunch says, slow down, savor it. So we've got the ultimate brunch spots for you. This place, I think, arguably started Metro Manila's brunch revolution. Wildflower is a sensory experience from smell to flavor, where the portions are generous, the pastries are top tier, and the coffee hits every time. Now, if you're craving for something wholesome but still want it to taste really good, the Wholesome Table is where you go when you want to reset without sacrificing flavor. Artisanal and approachable, Tilda is one of those bakeries that feels like home, but better. It's not trying too hard, but every bite tastes like it is. Whether you're going for a pastry and coffee or something heavier like a breakfast plate, it delivers comfort and quality. Technically, M Bakery is a dessert place. But who says you can't brunch on banana pudding and crumb cake? If you've got a sweet tooth, this New York imported bakery is your haven. It's not a traditional brunch, but it's absolutely a brunch mood. If you're the type who lives for lazy brunches and comfort food that feels like a warm hug, then Nono's is probably already on your radar, or should be. Named after her father, this heartfelt cafe by pastry chef Baba Ibazeta Benedicto brings childhood favorites and family-style meals to the table, one plate of comfort food at a time.
Actually, when we were trying to conceptualize a restaurant, at first we were thinking of things that, you know, people would, the things that would sell. And then it became more like a personal journey. It became like, I was thinking of food that I would eat when I was a kid, or food that, you know, it changed throughout the years for me, because, you know, you grow up and then you learn about different flavors and what goes well together. Yeah. So then it became like, oh, I want something that, you know, makes people feel or remember something. So it just naturally evolved to comfort food.
From the first bite of fluffy ensaymada to the iconic Nono's chocolate oblivion, everything here feels like a hug from home. And it's become a beloved go-to for families, brunch dates, and anyone craving something cozy.
With interiors dressed in soft hues, nature-inspired touches, and the sweet scent of freshly baked cakes, Nono's creates a settings that's perfect for slow mornings and special brunches. From childhood favorites to all-day breakfasts, Nono's knows how to serve the warmest kind of love, through food. So let's dive into what makes this place a true A-list gem.
Let's start with a crowd favorite, the coddled egg with bacon truffle mash. This dish layers truffled mashed potatoes, crispy bacon, cheese, and a coddled egg, all served with their golden home-style waffles.
Ooh, right off the bat, you can tell just how crispy the waffle really is. And I love that she added a pop of green, just to make you feel balanced, you know, after all the cheese and the bacon. Here we go. Wow, that's so buttery and creamy. And I love that the waffle is so soft inside but crispy on the edge. And the bacon, crisp to perfection. And the tomato makes it the perfect combination as well. That is so delicious and, as usual, very comforting, as Nono's suggests.
Now, whoever decides to replace the English muffin with waffles deserves a medal. Nono's Waffles Benedict is everything. Fluffy waffles, poached eggs, ham, and hollandaise, all stacked into a brunch masterpiece. It's crispy and tender, rich but balanced, perfect for that weekend treat yourself moment. If you love a good sandwich for brunch, Nono's Croque Madame is for you. Think layers of ham and cheese between golden toasted bread, topped with a gooey fried egg and a generous helping of bechamel sauce. It's French-inspired, yes, but still very much in Nono's cozy, satisfying lane. Now here's something closer to home. Their tinapa rice plate is smoky, savory, and soul-satisfying. You get garlic fried rice topped with flaked smoked fish, tomatoes, salted egg, and mango salsa. It's hearty, flavorful, and exactly what you'd want when you're craving something classic but elevated.
Now that really hits the spot. The tinapa is cooked to perfection. It's flaky, just the right amount of salty. It's like a mix of salty and savory. And I think the mango salsa really balances it out. Because the tinapa is salty, so it just adds the right amount of balance, so it makes it a bit savory as well.
Now, speaking of Pinoy favorites, their beef tapa deserves a shout out. Tender, garlicky beef, fried egg, and vinegar on the side. This is brunch comfort. Pinoy style. Familiar and filling, this one's perfect for when you want that home-cooked feel without lifting a finger.
So I like that the tapa over here is cut thinly. I can already tell that it's so tender. And I love that it comes with a lot of garlic. Because what's tapa without garlic? That is really good. It's so tender, and I love my tapa a little on the sweet side, but this is the perfect balance. It's salty and sweet, and it goes perfectly with the tinapa fried rice too.
Nono's signature dish, the home-style chicken. Crunchy on the outside, juicy on the inside. Choose between two flavors. Original for that classic comfort, or honey sriracha for a sweet, spicy kick. And it's also loaded with sides, pastries, and corn. Now, who says you can't have fried chicken before noon? Especially when it's this good.
When people come in, I want them to leave feeling good about something. Like, I feel like when people go to dine, it's a celebration of something. Whether it's your first paycheck, maybe you're just happy that day, it's someone's birthday, someone's anniversary. We've had weddings. Yeah, especially during the pandemic. So I think it's you know, you go out to eat, to celebrate, to make yourself feel better. Yeah. I think, you know, at the end of the day, I want people to come out feeling good or feeling better, or, you know, it's the whole experience. It's not just the dish, but it's coming into, you know, a nice clean restaurant. People who are, I want it to feel like home, like something comforting. So that's, for me, what Nono's is really all about.
And she's right. Nono's doesn't just serve food, it serves memories, moments, and a feeling that lingers even after that last bite. Now time to end your brunch with the one that started it all. The Chocolate Oblivion. A rich, flourless chocolate cake with chocolate cream, walnut praline, and cocoa powder on top. Moist, decadent, and rich without being overpowering. With its homey interiors, soft color palette, and a menu of comfort food, Nono's is the kind of place where the food is familiar, but still exciting enough to look forward to. So whether you're catching up with friends, having a quiet solo brunch, or treating your parents to a weekend meal, Nono's hits the sweet spot between casual and special.
Here at Nono's, every dish comes with a story, and every visit feels like home. Whether you're here for brunch, for coffee, or just a little time to unwind, Nono's prove that comfort is always in style. What's your favorite brunch spot from this list? Or got one we should try? Let us know in the comments or tag us in your foodie stories.
Ang galing-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste ko, pritong ulam na masebo, plato ng kaldero, tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang pahit, linis fantastic sa metal at plastic, number one ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
This week on Beyond the Exchange with Rico Hizon.
A proud Filipino making his mark in Hollywood. Joining us is no less than Vincent Josh Chan, crazy ex-girlfriend Rodriguez III.
We have a ways to go, but we're seeing way more than we ever did.
Could we see a Vinny Rodriguez in a Filipino film or even in a teleserye or soap opera?
Maybe.
Catch Beyond the Exchange with Rico Hizon, Tuesday, 6 p.m. here on ANC.
We all love our favorite go-to brunch cafes in the city. But sometimes, some of the best meals are the ones you discover outside Metro Manila. Whether you're heading north, south, or straight to the beach, here are some brunch spots and cafes outside the metro that make every kilometer worth it. If you find yourself in Pampanga and your brunch cravings suddenly hit, Sage Day Coffee is the low-key gem you'll want to plug into your Waze stat. Think cozy wood interiors, warm lighting, and that inviting hum of espresso being pulled behind the counter. This cafe is the perfect for solo chill days, barkada catch-ups, or even that cute brunch date you've been meaning to go on.
We wanted it to feel bright and homey. Because our concept is really, we wanted our team to be able to communicate to customers and stray away from just it being very transactional, na mag-order lang silang kape and then yun na.
Let's get into the essentials, the food and coffee lineup that keeps people coming back. Locals rave about their signature sea salt coffee. Sweet, creamy, with just the right hint of saltiness. But if you're the type who craves something more experimental, try their honey lavender latte, a floral surprise that's both refreshing and aromatic. Or sip on their espresso and tea tonic, a bright and bubbly twist for adventurous palates. And what's brunch without food? There's the classic waffles. Golden waffles topped with butter, powdered sugar, and syrup. Now, you might not expect a spinach dip to be a brunch star, but Sage Day Coffee's version is creamy, cheesy, and served with perfectly toasted bread for dipping. And sometimes, all you need is a solid pasta plate. And their pasta pomodoro hits the spot. Simple, fresh, and satisfying.
One of the key things that I really want to impart with my team is, as much as possible, we want everyone to have a good experience. We're not very strict when it comes to, replacing drinks, or if mahulog yung drink, we want to replace it. It's just really, I focus on the experience also rather than just the product.
Sage Day Coffee is one of those places that feels like a little escape. That you come for the good coffee, you stay for the chill vibe and the thoughtful food. Now for a charming roadside stop that serves Pinoy breakfast staples, the Good Tapa in Tagaytay reimagines the classic in creative and flavorful ways, including mushroom and chicken options for those going meat-free. Also in Tagaytay is Antonio's, a long-time staple in the local brunch scene. Old world charm in the interiors, with a rich mix of Filipino, European, and breakfast comfort on the menu. Charming, picturesque, and perfect for alfresco brunch, Cafe Agapita's garden-style setting is ideal for weekend road trips. The food? A delicious mix of Filipino and Western favorites, with a few surprises in between. Now, if brunch had a beach house, this would be it. Located on the white sands of Boracay, the Sunnyside Cafe brings bright flavors and bold comfort to island mornings. Everything here is indulgent in the best way possible. These restos and cafes outside Metro Manila are proof that the best brunches are often worth the trip. So go ahead, plan that trip and get brunchin'. Got a brunch stop we should add to the list? Let us know in the comments or tag us in your foodie stories.
Budget? Akala nyo lang yon.
So solid. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya.
May glow up with white rose papaya. White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
Glow up with white rose papaya.
White rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS.
It is really embracing our farmers here locally to be part of it and be mentor, have access to capital, and have access to market. The economic benefits that will arise from this will help these farmers have a better life. See that model of providing a mentor. Once the mentor is there and is good, then he will have the better knowledge, and then automatically the plants will start to lend in because they know that he is being guided properly.
In the Digital Skills Gap Index, Philippines ranked 51st in the ASEAN region. 2 of every 5 Filipinos only possess one of the 6 basic IT skills in demand. IBPAP partnered with Lumify Work Philippines. We've identified the skills gap. Skills today may not be relevant tomorrow anymore. So continuous upskilling and reskilling is required. We are here to help them future-proof our labor force, encourage more employability, turn IT challenges into opportunities. The goal is to generate 1 million jobs.
You know the big names, the brunch giants everyone talks about. But what about the hidden gems? The underrated cafes tucked in quiet neighborhoods, the ones that don't scream brunch hotspot, but totally deliver. This list is for the cafe crawlers, the coffee adventurers, and the brunch lovers looking for something a little different. Let's start with something small, but definitely striking. Hidden along an unassuming stretch of road in Quezon City, Mamunaku Kohi is a coffee shop that takes the term hole in the wall quite literally. No doors, no windows, no chairs. Just a single open cutout in a concrete wall where magic happens. The concept draws inspiration from Japan's quirky cafe scene, like Harajuku's Anukama Cafe, where a fuzzy bear paw hands out your drinks through a green wall. That same sense of playfulness and mystery lives here too. So how exactly do you order when you can't see who's behind the counter? It's all part of the experience.
Usually, may mga customer kami na nagugulat like how they can order, they get the cards and they give it to the whole. Pipili ka ng gusto mong or preferred mo na drinks like tres leches. You get the card, 1 card per drink. So you give it to the whole. And pagbigay mo sa whole, mag-ask sila na if large or regular lang, then they'll give you a buzzer number.
Once your buzzer goes off, your drink appears, handed through the wall, like a little secret pass between friends. But what's behind the wall isn't just a gimmick. It's really good coffee. One of their top hits? The Chizu series, drinks topped with thick, creamy cheese foam. Their Chizu latte and Chizu caramel macchiato are sweet, rich, and comforting, just like your favorite dessert in a cup, without losing the strength of the coffee underneath. Prefer something bold and less sweet? Try their Tres Leches, a smooth, milky drink that hits similar notes to a Spanish latte, but with its own unique depth. In a world of cafe interiors and over-the-top concepts, Mamonaku Kohi reminds us that sometimes less really is more. All it takes is one hole in a wall and a whole lot of creativity. Bright, bold, and blooming with charm, Flossom is an Instagram dream. But it's not just a pretty face. Their menu is a full-on flavor party, from classic brunch comfort food to unexpectedly creative takes. From its Filipino coffee beans to its merienda-style brunch menu, Papa Kape feels like a love letter to homegrown flavors, wrapped in a cozy space with cool mountain air. If you find yourself in Baguio, Cozy Cup Cafe is your ultimate snuggle spot. The vibe is soft and warm, with brunch staples that feel like a hug on a chilly day. A Katipunan crowd favorite with no pretense, just really good food and even better coffee. Common Folk is the kind of place you keep coming back to. Dear Joe in Antipolo is a cafe with a twist. Here, you can write actual handwritten letters while sipping your coffee. And the brunch menu is simple but satisfying. Think comforting carbs and cafe classics. We've journeyed you through cozy cafes, hidden brunch spots, and world-class patisseries, each one offering more than just good food and great coffee. These spaces definitely invite us to slow down, share a meal, and savor the everyday.
I hope this episode inspires you to explore, indulge, and reconnect with your loved ones, with your city, and with the simple joy of brunch done right. Tell us where we should go next, because the best bites always come with a good story. I'm Sam Sadwani Clavano, and this has been The A-List. See you again next time.
You're going to look at our Philippine coal-fired power plants. You have 12 gigawatts of coal-fired power plants. And then that's a big chunk of our power generation, as I mentioned, over 30%. Philippine government, particularly on the side of DOE, has already set good targets. Their 4-point energy transition strategy, which is anchored on accelerating RE growth, the smart green grid plan, the offshore ports, building the offshore ports, and voluntary coal-fired power plant retirement.
How Filipinos describe their financial conditions and outlook. So this study was actually taken from an annual study which we call Shopper Scope. And we have classified them into 3 pressure groups, as we call it. The first one would be the struggling. So these are the ones who are mostly overdrawn each month, so they can resort to borrowing and maybe even cutting down in spend. Now, the biggest group, which is about 7 out of 10, 70% of Filipinos, are the managing ones, and they are the ones who are able to make both ends meet. Aside from the fact, of course, that the economy has maybe shown a bit of improvement, the managing group are actually the ones who also find additional ways to earn more in order to support their growing.
Covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
Sa paglilingkod sa bansa.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
A flag, an amulet, an illustration from a manuscript, a burial jar, a piece of bone. More than just objects in a museum or a history book, these speak to us today perhaps more urgently than in times of their creation. In this season, DZAM explores the objects and manuscripts that form a puzzle. One that challenges our own conceptions of who we are and what our purpose as a nation is. All are vital clues in our continuing search for our knowledge, our pride. The symbol of our nation, the standard that we pledge our allegiance to, the colors that we hold up proudly. We profess so much love for the flag, but what do we really know about it? In the history and supposed evolution of our flag, what lessons do we learn about the character and spirit of our forefathers? What do we learn about our political history and the struggles of our people? Xiao Chua, a popular historian, lecturer, and teacher, debunks the popular notion that the present flag we know today evolved from the flags used in the revolutionary movements.
In the past decades, wherein there's a inscription to the different flags of the revolution, and it says evolution of the Philippine flag. And people always thought that there was a direct evolution from the Katipunan flag to the flag that we have today. Well, in fact, it's false. There's no evolution of the Philippine flag, but the flag that we have today was inspired by the many flags of the Philippine Revolution that actually existed together at the same time during the Philippine Revolution and the Philippine-American War. So basically, flags were recorded to have been here even during the time of our ancestors. In the Caracoas, the warships, it was recorded that there were flags in the different warships of our ancestors. So even the rebellions of Diego Silang had flags.
Shao proposes that instead of the concept of an evolution of the Philippine flag, the more encompassing and correct title would be Flags of the Philippine Revolution. The symbols of a mass movement, a protest or revolution need to encapsulate in the most easily understood and emotionally resonant manner the cause that is being fought for. So many of the flags of the revolution are often stark and dramatic mixes of color and symbol. Here, together with the Ramon Obusan folkloric group, Dayao traces these flags, as well as the motifs that captured so vividly and communicated so effectively the aspirations of a people, all tracing the history of the organization that set these aspirations ablaze.
The whole name of the organization was Kataas-Taasang Kagalang-Galang na Katipunan ng mga Anak ng Bayan, or the highest and most venerable association of the sons of the people. So basically that was the design. And then another version of the flag would be a triangular KKK. But there's another version that's not shown too much in the flag illustrations. It's a black flag that was described by General Santiago Alvarez in his memoirs, that when they were inducting Aguinaldo to the Katipunan, they actually had on the wall or on the table, I forgot already, but they had there a flag, a black flag with a triangular KKK and the crossbone and skull. So even that, they were using the symbol. It's partly masonry, Masonic.
Each flag, each symbol was a product of so many other influences, some from revolutionary movements from halfway across the world, while others from collective memory, even from pre-colonial times.
And then Bonifacio will have a war standard with an unidentified number of rays of the sun with the KKK below it. Now, where did the sun now come from? Some would suggest that it was inspired by the South American flags because their revolutions were earlier than us. It's early 19th century, they were already revolting. Us was the late 19th century. There were bogus flags. They were not real. So for example, there's a flag that they call Magdiwang flag. There's also no record for Baybayin K with the 8 rays. There's a flag like that. That's bogus. And then there's this, what was mistaken as the Magdalo flag. It's the Baybayin K, which was placed with the son of Andres Bonifacio with unlimited number of rays, or with the unidentified number of rays being placed in with the Baybayin K of Andres Bonifacio. This flag was actually used not by the revolution of 1896, but by Antonio Trillanes and the Magdalo group. So people then, when they saw that Magdalo flag, thought that that actually came from 1896, and then they invented the Magdiwang flag, which is the flag of the, shall we say, with the one with the sun, and the Magdalo flag, which is the one with the Baybayin K. Again, there's no such flag. What we have was especially a flag with a Baybayin K with a special design of rays, which was drawn by Artemio Ricarte, which means that during the time when the revolution was already in Cavite, they have one single flag, and that was this flag, which was lowered in Biak na Bato.
More than an evolution, the various flags of the Philippine Revolution trace disparate efforts, individual points of view, and separate visions that nevertheless incorporated the ideas of liberty and independence. It would take one flag to incorporate all these symbols and consolidate these disparate ideas of the nation all had longed for but expressed so differently.
May nagbago! May arte! May budget! Akala nyo lang yon. So solid! White rose papaya, wow! White rose! White rose papaya, wow! White rose! White rose papaya!
May glow up with white rose papaya. White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
Glow up with white rose papaya!
White rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS!
This is where newsmakers answer to you.
My promise would be the same as I promised when I was Senate President, and I believe I was successful with that. We will make sure that the Senate is independent. It will not be subservient, but cooperative.
Our commitment to the Philippines stands on its own. It's not about any third country. It's not about China.
This is where headlines are made.
Sa sinabi ng Pangulo na mahiya naman kami, parang hindi kami nahiya. Kami sinabihan na mahiya kami pa yung mag-iimbestiga ngayon.
I also didn't have faith in Duterte because he was my persecutor, but I have faith in the justice system.
This is where we do the news.
That's the people's money. Tapos, ganun-ganun nga. Ang lakas ng loob ng mga to, hanep. Talagang ibang klase. Kaya, well, makakatikim sila ngayon.
The country must free itself from endemic corruption. Malaysia should not be known because of these various past scandals.
This isn't just talk.
It's not a surplus because the profits are earmarked.
I watched your interview with Congressman Edsel Legman this morning. So that there are others.
He doesn't even have a flagship project at this point. But how could he if the budget's been mangled in that way?
Darren, that's a very good question.
How the hell do we enforce an order from the ombudsman when it's filed in the statutory?
Magbabati ba kayo ni Hanila? Bakit naman hindi?
We're proud of our accomplishments.
International law does work.
I want to thank you for joining me here, sir.
Thank you.
Really.
This is Head Start.
The Philippine flag as we know it today is more than just a collection of symbols and significant colors. The very process of its creation and the story of the creators themselves add a layer of meaning to the flag story.
Julio Nakpil, one of the lieutenants of Andres Bonifacio, in fact, he became president of the High Council of the North, pangulo ng mataas na sanggunian ng Hilagaan. This is the government that Bonifacio left in Pasig and Antipolo when he went to Cavite. He said that the flag that we have today was actually originally designed by Feliciano Hoxon. He is a pharmacist and a revolutionary leader. Now, what happened was, this design of the flag was probably in Aguinaldo's mind and in the Hong Kong junta's mind when they decided that this would be the design of the Philippine flag. I mean, in all fairness to Aguinaldo, I never heard him say that he was the designer of this flag. But because of him, this was adopted. When, after the Pack of Biak na Bato, he went to Hong Kong, and from Hong Kong, he was returning back to the Philippines to continue the fight against the Spaniards. The design was, there's a sun in the middle of the triangular symbol. The sun being the symbol of the pre-colonial Bathala, but also could have been inspired by the revolutionary flags of South America. Now, you have the triangular shape, and that triangle shape, according to some people, is actually or was actually an allusion to Masonry, because in Masonry, the triangle symbol is a very, very popular symbol. But there are other two sources of this, according to some people. Ethnologist Zeus Salazar says that the triangle is actually a symbol of the pre-colonial mountain of God, or they call it Bundok Boord. So that Bundok Boord was the, shall we say, where the Anitos and where God was residing. So it was a very powerful symbol for the Filipinos. So it's quite a special flag because, first of all, it was designed in the middle of our fight for freedom. Number two, they were first made by 3 women, which also underscores the role of the women in our revolution. So you have here a flag created by patriots. It was approved by the Hong Kong junta, headed by Emilio Aguinaldo. So you have here a flag that was a product of its time, a product of our struggle for freedom. So it's not just any other symbol.
The first version of the flag we know today is not a static emblem.
When the fight with the Americans came, that also became the symbol of the fight against America. And if you're going to look at it, Aguinaldo added design to one of the flags that he was carrying. That design had expeditionary forces north of Luzon. There's a wreath and then there's a Spanish inscription, Fuerzas Expedicionarias Norte de Luzon. And then at the other side of the flag, you have another wreath that says another thing. Libertad, Justicia, y Igualdad. Liberty, justice, and equality. Quite similar to the French Revolution. Now, this flag is believed by some people to be the first flag of the Philippines. Well, some people do not believe it. But I have to say that it is important because Aguinaldo cherished this flag from the beginning. He carried it to the mountains, and it was with him all throughout his life, parading it. This earliest copy of the Philippine flag, or this earliest Philippine flag that we have, it is now displayed at the Aguinaldo Museum, owned by the Suntay family in Baguio City.
A visit to the Emilio Aguinaldo Shrine in Kawit, Cavite yields other artifacts and objects that add dimensions to the story of our flag. Here we see how artists from all periods have lent their skills to the vision of nationhood. Curator Paulette Bedruz takes us through the most significant highlights of the Aguinaldo Shrine.
The Aguinaldo House is said to have been built in 1845. It was reconstructed in 1849, adding limestone to the house. The major renovations of the house happened in the 1920s. This was the time when President Emilio Aguinaldo added symbols of the revolution and the proclamation of Philippine independence to the mansion. We have 3 in the main grand room. We have the League of Nations, we have the Lay Marshal, and then the Inang Bayan. The Lay Marshal sculpture is an 8-rayed sun. It symbolizes the 8 provinces put under martial law in 1896. The Inang Bayan wooden relief is added to the Aguinaldo Shrine in the 1920s. It depicts a woman in a barret saya holding a flag with the broken chains at the bottom. It also has a mountain with a setting or a rising sun at the background. Emilio Aguinaldo donated the mansion to the Filipino nation a year before he passed away. It was put under the care of the National Museum. The next year, it was declared a national shrine by President Diosdado Macapagal.
The story of the flag goes beyond the house, beyond those times.
There are some debates where was it sky blue because one letter by Mariano Ponce, the blue color of the sky symbolizes this and that. So some would say it was navy blue. And so dark blue or sky blue. But who would know? I mean, that was the time of the revolution. Any blue cloth that you have, you use it for the flag. Now, eventually, to end this debate, Fidel Ramos in 1997 standardized the color of the flag. It became royal blue. If you're going to look at the evolution of the flag, you have there, the first flag had a sun with a face, an anthropomorphic sun. But by the time Quezon standardizes the flag, he removes the face. So yeah, that's how it was, and they standardized the size of the stars and how it should be displayed. I believe that this flag of ours is the only flag that when you put it upside down, it will have a different meaning. Remember that each country or a lot of the countries in the world have what we call war flags. Meaning they have a flag in regular times, in times of peace, but when they declare a state of war, they would use another flag. Now, in the Philippines, we don't have a war flag. But our flag, when you put it upside down and you put the red on top, it means that we're at war.
This would be the best time to remind ourselves of the proper protocols that surround the use of the Philippine flag.
When it's with a number of flags, it should always be the left side. Or if there's a higher flagpole, it should be there. And the other should be lower, and stuff like that. And also there's a proper way of folding it. It's by law, there's a proper way of folding the flag. And it should be that when you fold it, the triangle shape of our flag, the star should be in the middle. Now, what you do with old flags, you have to burn the old flag ceremonially while singing songs, patriotic songs. So you cannot just bury the flag, or you have to burn the flag. Also, you cannot use the flag as design for advertisements or commercial items. So if you have shirts with the Philippine flag design, you cannot do that. That's illegal. You cannot wear the flag.
Now more than ever, the flag is a living symbol that needs to be incorporated into our daily lives.
Tanggaling-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo, plato ng kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag Smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Bahid para walang bahid, linis fantastic sa metal at plastic. Number 1 ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
Your 24/7 news channel is now within reach.
Subscribe to I Want and get access to ANC's live 24/7 channel and enjoy ANC programs on demand. The ABS-CBN News Channel, now on I Want.
Around the flag have grown many more symbols, all of which serve as companion pieces to the most elevated ideals of nationhood.
There are symbols like complementary to the flag and national anthem in the flag and Heraldi Code. One, you have the national coat of arms. And then, of course, you have the national motto. The national motto is Makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. And then you have the national pledge, which is not panatang makabayan. The national pledge is actually the panunumpa ng katapatan sa watawat.
In recent times, many documents and objects that relate to the Philippine Revolution of 1898 and the personalities who have shaped the nationalist movement have become objects for sale to the highest bidder. How these objects have come to light, power and uneven distribution of wealth that would have shocked our revolutionary heroes. Hopefully, these objects and manuscripts have now found their way into private collections. Hopefully, that means they will be better preserved and cared for. But the essence of their meaning and their memory are shared by all Filipinos who still care. One does not need to actually buy the objects to appreciate the stories. One does not need to possess them to feel more patriotic or more appreciative of their worth as elements that all went into the creation of the flag.
This flag that we have was a product of our history, our struggle for freedom. A lot of people died fighting for our country, seeing that flag for the very last time in their last breath. So I think for the Filipinos, this flag is very important for us. We had victories and we won international recognition flying this flag. And this flag is very close to the hearts of every Filipino. So when we see that flag and we sing the same anthem, we are reminded that we are one people. That despite the diversity of our cultures and our experiences, that we have a common history and hopefully a common future.
I hope that you remember this episode of Dayao the next time you see the Philippine flag. With so many stories you've heard, you may find yourselves holding your heads up a bit higher, your backs a bit straighter as you gaze upon its colors. Symbol, once integrated fully into our very being, can do this. They can take us out of our comfort zones and challenges, not just to remember the past, but to actively participate in envisioning and fully realizing the future. This is Lauren Legarda, hoping that the future that we create here and now will be alive with Dayao, our knowledge, our pride.
Hindi karapat-dapat na sa Aguinaldo ang maging Pangulo. Bawat problema may kanya-kanyang solusyon. Hindi man ito dumating ng buo ngunit pira-piraso.
young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
Sa paglilingkod sa bansa.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
Life is art. Lahat ng bagay pagkagising natin ay art. Pagbangon natin, pag-inat natin. Everything is art. Ang Chaong Quezon ay isang malaking bukirin. Marami, malaking bahagi ang mga tubigan, taniman ng mga gulay, nyogan. Ang ikinabubuhay ng mga tao dito ay mainly sa pagsasaka. Dito ako sinilang. Ako si Augusto Bigyan, 55 years old, isang potter dito sa Chaong Quezon. Tuwing umaga, naglalakad ako punta sa bukid para medyo maging aktibo. Kasi may edad na. Nung ako'y nag-aaral, nung ako'y bata pa, mas almost ganito yung nilalakad ko. Pagpasok sa school, naglalakad. Maga hapon, may maluto. Alam mo may maluto? Paon, pack lunch. Simula nung kami bata, alam naming mamasyal, punta ng bukid, mangunguha ng mga prutas, na ranasan ko din ang mangaso, mamayawak, sa nanghuhuli ng bayawak. So, maraming dinanas ang kagaya ko dito na lumaki sa bukid. Ang ina ko isang mananahi. Siya'y gumagawa ng mga sayan, ng mga kinakasal. Ang aking ama naman ay isang magbibigas. Meron kaming gilingan ng palay. Dito ako lumaki sa bukid at dito ko nakita ang inspirasyon sa paggawa ng aking pottery.
Nakikita namin si Ugo as a very successful potter because he not only was one of the pioneers of pursuing stoneware material, pero siya rin yung nag-succeed in touching base not only with the local market but also the international market. I'm Professor Rita Gudino. I'm head of the UP College of Fine Arts Ceramic Studio. We're kind of like walking in baby steps, no? Especially with the stoneware clay. Kasi as you perhaps are more familiar with, yung earthenware that we are known for. No? Ito yung palayok, ito yung mga garden planters. Ito yung earthenware, ito yung mas familiar tayo dito. Nakatulong si Ugo na makilala na meron tayong stoneware clay that we can use art as part of our daily life. So siguro yung exposure din niya in the international markets also gave him the aesthetics. Hindi lahat ng artist businessman or business-minded. Kaya I think ang maganda yung combination niya kasi he has that.
Ito yung aking bed and breakfast. Ang tawag namin dyan, hele. Parang pinatutulog na baby. High school pa ako. May idea na ako kung paano ang pagkita kasi nga, negosyante rin ang aking ama. Noong araw, nagiging extra kita ng isang batang high school ang mag-drawing. Bakit? Ako isang accountant. Well, 1983-84, pagka-graduate ko, sinubukan kong mag-apply sa mga bangko. Umapak ng isang malaking building, naka-long sleeves. Kumbaga, isang bata na nangangarap makatungtong ng Maynila. Pero siguro may hinahanap yung aking sarili. Hindi ako pang opisina. Ako'y batang lumaki sa bukid. So, after few days, bumalik ako dito. Hindi ako nagdalawang isip dahil alam ko may uuwian ako dito. So, sinabi ko sa aking ina na gusto kong magnegosyo. So, sabi niya, anong negosyo? Isusok natin yung clay sa tubig. Kailangan halong-halo. Kasi para mix na mix yung ball clay at saka yung stoneware clay. Estudyante pa ako, dumadaan ako dun sa Candelaria. Sa potter painter na si Jaime de Guzman, at doon ko nakikita, ay ganda, mga mukhang antique, kakaiba. So nakikita ko yung mga ginagawa nila. So sabi ko, gusto ko maging potter. Wala akong background. So ang aking pinaka-kinunan, libro. Kung may Google nun, hindi mas mabuti. Ang unang-unang step ay siyempre pag-gather ng materials. Wala akong idea kung saan ko kukunin ang mga materials. This is our local ball clay. So, iminimix natin siya dito sa nabili naming mix na stoneware. Kailangan naming i-remix para bagay dun sa way ng paggagawa namin. Wala kang mabibiling ganun agad na clay. Talaga magpa-process ka.
Wala tayong natural stoneware clay. It's not easily dug or found. So it's a composite clay. So when you say composite, it's a mixture of blocks and fillers to the clay. So a potter, lalo na sa Pilipinas, mas mahirap I think, no, because you need to prepare your own material or process your own clay, make your own formulations.
Nung umalis si Jaime de Guzman going to Sagada, meron silang mga leftover na materyales. So binili ko yung kay Ann, doon sa asawa ni Jaime. Hindi naman ganun karami. Kumbaga, pwede mo lang paglaruan o pag-experiment. Dire-diretso ang experiment hanggang sa makuha yung tama.
Ang galing-galing mo! Smart dishwashing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo, plato ng kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday. day.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang bahid, linis fantastic sa metal at plastic na barakuta. Tanggaling-galing mo, smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
One of the reasons that we focused on the Philippines is this country aspires, of course, as a middle-income country to even becoming a higher middle-income country. Under the rubric of what we describe as leave no one behind, we need to make sure that we refocus our efforts on the most vulnerable sectors of the population. Our effort is really to find durable solutions by this multifaceted approach, bringing in the humanitarian partners, the development partners, and the peace-building aspects to ensure that reconciliation can genuinely happen. And on other vulnerable communities that need support in poverty alleviation, but also in community resilience and reconciliation.
You're watching Market Edge. Another day, another dip. In-depth reporting around the most important and interesting business stories of the day.
I'm very, very excited to be able to really put them at the forefront of all of our projects that we're doing with Ayala Hospitality.
Entrepreneurs, for example, they are business owners as well and thinking about their personal needs for their families. So when we talk to one person, normally we also start addressing not just their personal side, but actually the business requirements as well that they have.
There are no institutional mechanisms that keeps the memory and the decisions and the processes alive so that policies become consistent over time.
Interviews with people in the center of global business conversations.
We're adding more retail in the mix, the supply chain in terms of getting more oil tankers to help with the logistics and everything else.
About being, one of the biggest key cities there, so they're launching projects alongside us. So it keeps us on our toes.
Essential, actionable information and analysis for your daily investment decisions. Market Edge, Mondays through Fridays, 3 p.m. only here on ANC.
Mini-maintain namin yung handmade na trabaho. Walang pare-pareho. Kasi lahat ikinamay. Kasi once nag-cast ka, sobrang pare-pareho yung item, which is parang commercial. In 1983-84, ako'y nag-experiment sa loob ng 3 taon. Halos hindi na ako tumutulog magmolde. Mga jarlets, small items, kakaiba. Kita mong gawa ng hindi maalam. Pero sa tingin ko, mas tinitreasure ko yung mga gawa ko nung ako nagsisimula para maalaala ko yung pinagsimulan. Kung talagang gusto mo yung ginagawa mo, there's no failure. Gagawa at gagawa ka ng paraan dahil gusto mo siyang mabuo. Kailangan balance yung control. Saka alam mo, kaya pinipitik. So, itong sound na yan, manipis na yan. So, wag mo masyadong iti-trim. Makapal pa yan. Makapal pa yan. As a partner, ang isang karakteristik na pinahalagahan ko ay yung pagiging masuri. Nagkakaroon ako na iba't ibang ekspresyon, iba-ibang estilo. Sabi ko, bakit puro perfect form? Nagsikap ako para matuto o makagawa ng isang perfect na form sa wheel. Parang napaka-boring na. Puro na lang perfect. So nag-experiment akong i-cut, i-deform. Kaya ko ginawa yon para bumagay dun sa mga nakukuha kong mga roots. Kasi gusto ko ipakita yung mga iba't ibang bagay na pwede kong gawin. Although yun pa rin ang ginagawa mo, mga gamit sa bahay, pero gusto mong ipakita yung kakaibang paraan, kakaibang forma, kakaibang kulay. Kailangan nating i-air dry. So, hindi namin tinutuyo sa araw kasi magka-crack. Kailangan siya slowly drying. Inabot tayo ng 3-4 na taon bago ako nakapag-exhibit. Siguro more than 50 assorted. Wall, centerpiece, mga assorted jars. Meron nga nagsulat sa akin, all agog on ugu spots. Sabi ko, ano yung agog? As a first-timer potter, parang promising like that, na meron ka. So that's why, tapos pa lang yung naali akong panibig. Kasi dito ko na sarili ko na naman. Ito yung first firing, ang tawag dito ay bisque firing. Para tumigas, para pwede nang lagyan ng kulay. Hindi po pwedeng lagyan ng kulay ang raw, i-glaze kasi matutunaw. So pagka ganito, ay hindi siya patong-patong. Ako may mga kaibigan na may connection naman sila sa design center or sa DZAM. So may kaalaman sila sa pag-export. So experiment din, parang subukan. Taong 1999 kami nag-export. Ang pangalan ng aming company, Sari Sari Crafts. Natawanan nga kami nung kami nasa SITEM. We presented a big tapestry. Isang exporter, how many can you make? Sabi namin, 1. So sabi ng exporter, why are you here? Export is not art piece. It's a commodity. Dito ko na subukan mag-produce ng 27,000 pieces of small item. We exported sa US, PR1, sa London. After nga ng 6 years, it's not the right word probably, na burnout, yung producing so much. Nabawasan yung pagka-artist mo kasi hindi mo ma-exercise yung creativity kasi dinidiktahan ka eh.
One-off pieces dapat. Biglang mo orderan ng hundreds or thousands. So yun yung challenge. I think because his work is not conventionally manufactured eh. Yung environment ni Ubu is laid back eh, di ba? Tapos biglang papasok na parang magkahabol ka ngayon ng mga deadlines, no?
Ang nag-trigger sa akin para tumigil. That was the time bumagsak ang dollar natin. Ganun ka ng kaliit, pero maapektuhan ka pa ng ganong kahiganting problema ng mundo. Medyo nag-stop production, nagkaroon ng epekto, medyo laylo. Napaisip kung paanong dapat gawin.
May nagbago, may arte, may budget. Akala nyo lang yon. So solid! White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya. May glow up with a white rose papaya. White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up. May glow up with a white rose papaya. White rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up. ACS.
This is where newsmakers answer to you.
My promise
would be the same as I promised when I was Senate President, and I believe I was successful with that. We will make sure that the Senate is independent. It will not be subservient, but cooperative.
Our commitment to the Philippines stands on its own. It's not about any third country. It's not about China.
This is where headlines are made.
Sa sinabi ng Pangulo na mahiya naman kami. Parang hindi kami nahiya. Kami sinabihan na mahiya kami pa yung mag-iimbestiga ngayon.
I also didn't have faith in Duterte because he was my persecutor, but I have faith in the justice system.
This is where we do the news.
That's the people's money. Tapos, ganun-ganun nga. Ang lakas ng loob ng mga to, hanep. Tagagang ibang klase. Kaya, well, makakatikim sila ngayon.
The country must free itself from endemic corruption. Malaysia should not be known because of these various past scandals.
This isn't just talk.
It's not a surplus because the profits are earmarked.
I watched your interview with Congressman Edsel and Mann this morning. That there are other stuff.
He doesn't even have a flagship project at this point. But how could he if the budget's been mangled in that way?
Darren, that's a very good question.
How the hell do we enforce an order from the ombudsman when it's filed in the secretary?
Magbabati ba kayo ni Hanila?
Bakit naman hindi?
We're proud of our accomplishment.
International law does work. I want to thank you for joining me here, sir.
Thank you.
Really, this is Head Start.
Ayos na ayos. Walang problema sa beef firing. Basta tama yung pagkakapatas. Samahan mo kasi buo yung sound. Dumating na yung time sa akin na parang may mga bagay na akong gustong gawin. Although sure ball yung hanap buhay. Siguro bilang artist, naghahanap ka ng corner mo na pwede mong gawin yung mga na-absorb mo. Ang pinakamahalaga sa akin ay yung, siyempre, buhay. Na habang umiidad ka nga, mararamdaman mo sa katawan mo kung ano yung tama. So, na-realize ko siguro yung less stress, mas masarap maging creative. 1995 ako tumigil sa export. Ito yung pinaka-final process. Ito yung glazing. Dito magkakakulay. May kanya-kanya kaming estilo ng pag-glaze. May kanya-kanya ring recipe. I maintain my style using mostly matte glazes, yung hindi makikintab. So I mix-match yung mga hindi common na colors. Well, nung ako tumigil mag-export, nag-concentrate ako sa local market para makapag-produce ng mga more artistic items.
Mas naging siya, creative, no? Dahil nga relax na rin yung pace ng kanyang buhay. So I think yun yung isang reason kung bakit lumakas din ang brand ni Ugo locally. No? Parang nakikita mo dun sa niya, works. In the way he chooses colors. It's a painting in itself. Parang you're viewing a atmospheric landscape para sa akin. Yung mga cups ni Ugo, tsaka yung mga plates niya, para sa akin, those are landscape paintings. Kaya, it's different when you're using his products, his artworks. It's like living with art.
Kaliliit ang alimasag
nung medyo lumalakas na nga, marami nang pumupunta dito. Sabi, Ugo, wala kami makainan dito sa Chaong. So yung nanay ko, tsaka ako, nagluluto kami ng mga ihaw, simpleng gulay. 2001, nag-decide kami magtayo na ng restaurant. So at the same time, you can incorporate the pottery. Kasi ako talaga namamalengke pagka may mga bisita. So ako yung naghahanap kung mga sariwa, yung mga... Magkano kilo ng hipon? Ha? Ito lang ang ano mo? Tahong? 2 kilo. Ang nagturo sa akin ng tatay ko, ang nanay ko, dahil nung araw, meron kaming karinderya. That was 1972. Maalam kami lahat maglaba, magluto. Kasi sabi ng nanay at tatay ko, kahit wala ka sa sariling pamamahay, hindi ka magugutom, hindi ka mamamaho. Pagluluto at pag-glaze, konektado. Imagining the colors of your glaze and the food will come out nicely sa platong ginawa mo.
It's naturally artistic din. Even the plating is an art form di ba? So, parang his canvas is his ceramic works, tapos his paint is the food naman. Mas na-appreciate, mas nakikita yung ganda at sarap ng pagkain when it's served in an ugo plate, in an ugo bowl.
So parang lumilitaw, gumaganda yung pagkain, parang sumasarap. Siguro psychologically, mentally nga, ang nagpapalinamnam ng pagkain.
He is a pride not only to Quezon but to the Philippines, no? Because his works are well received and collected internationally. Dahil nga lumabas yung works ni Ugo, na-realize nila na iba yung experience of using artworks to be part of your life.
Marami pa akong gustong ipamalas. Hindi pa ako master potter. I'm so happy to be called just a potter. Kung ako'y mamamatay at mabubuhay, gusto ko bang maging potter uli. Masarap, masaya, sobrang saya. Kasi dito ko na nakamtan lahat.
covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
Sa paglilingkod sa bansa.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
The views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily reflect the policies and position of this network.
Hello everyone, it's Monday, December 15 here in Manila. I'm Karen Davila giving you the head start for today. Our guest for Hot Copy today, we kick off the week with Public Works Secretary Vince DZAM. Why is the department seeking to restore cuts to its 2026 budget? And where are we now in the push for accountability in the flood control scandal? We have the whole program with Secretary Vince DZAM live in the studio. First, the headlines. Today's big stories, senators and House lawmakers at a standoff on whether to restore cuts in the 2026 budget of the Public Works Department. At least 15 killed at a shooting in a Jewish event in Sydney's Bondi Beach. And Washington's envoy to Manila condemns China's latest aggression at Sabina Shoal. Senators and House lawmakers wrangle over the request of the Public Works Department to reverse some cuts in its proposed 2026 budget. Senators were insisting on the reductions in their version of the spending bill, which placed the budget of the DPWH next year at 570 billion pesos. But House lawmakers argue the Senate erred in applying cuts in the prices of construction materials.
Ang kahilingan lang po ng DPWH ay kung pwede po bigyan po sila ng pagkakataon na i-apply itong CMPD reduction sa bawat proyekto. Pero ang assurance naman po na ibinigay ni Sec Vince ay babawasan talaga yung presyo.
Gusto rin namin ma-implement yung mga proyekto. Gusto rin ho namin makita yung mga proyekto na mangyari, mapatupad ho yun. Pero ang hindi ho gusto ng Senado ay mag-approve tayo ng budget na overpriced yung amounts o yung presyo na nasa loob ng budget. At alam ho natin na hindi ito budget na ginawa ni Secretary Vince.
Bakit po natin ipapatawag ang Secretary po ng Department of Public Works and Highways? And when in fact this is a bicameral conference committee, we might be creating a precedent na baka hindi na po tayo matapos.
We are saying that let us listen. We hear the executive. After all, it's the executive that will implement.
There for 3 hours.
All right, joining us now in the studio is Public Works Secretary Vince DZAM. Secretary DZAM, good morning to you. Thank you for closing the year with us too. We're about to end the year. So let me just say this. It was unprecedented. A cabinet secretary showing up. You did a surprise show up, in effect, at the bicameral conference committee. Why did you do that?
Well, first of all, I was invited by Senator Win Gatchalian and Congresswoman Mika Swansing, the two chairpersons of the bicameral conference committee, to shed light on a issue on the cuts that were made across roughly about 10,000 projects nationwide in the Senate version of the budget, which came sometime early last week. I think it was Tuesday when we saw the third reading version of the Senate. And right after we reviewed it, we wrote the Senate last Thursday seeking for a restoration of the budgets, because we feel and we believe that the way the Senate reduced the budgets for projects, roughly 10,000 projects all over the country, was not accurate. No, meaning, yung pagbaba ng presyo ng mga materyales na nagresulta sa pagbaba ng budget ng iba't ibang mga proyekto, hindi accurate ang pagkaka-apply o pagkagawa. Karen, let me just, before I continue trying to explain this, I think it is very, very important to first and foremost say that the first thing the President told me, one of the first things that the President told me in for my job as new DPWH Secretary 3.5 months ago was to reform DPWH. Baguhin ang sistema, baguhin ang kalakaran. And one of the major reforms that the President directed me to do is bring down the cost of materials, the cost of cement, asphalt, sand, gravel, steel, etc. Because the prices over the past years and decades have really been overpriced. Yun ang inutos niya. And ginawa po natin yan noong October 30 of this year. Roughly about 2 months into our job in the new DPWH administration, ginawa po natin yan. Nung una pong hearing sa Senado, ako po ay tinanong, ibababa niyo po ba ang presyo? Sabi po namin, oo, gagawin po namin yan. Kung hindi niyo maibaba, tinanong po sa akin ng mga senador, okay lang ba na i-cut natin across the board ng 25% ang mga projects? Sabi ko po, opo, kasi tingin ko po, posible po na at least 20 to 25% ang overprice.
Okay.
No? So, ginawa po namin ang trabaho namin, binaba po namin ang presyo, pero yung pag-apply po ng pagbaba ng presyo, medyo hindi po accurate. Halimbawa po, may pinakita akong proyekto.
Explain mo.
May pinakita po akong proyekto kahapon sa Romblon. No? On average po, ang overprice ng asfalto sa Region 4B ay 70%, 68%. Ang ginawa po ng Senado, nung kanilang in-apply ito, across the board po nila ginawa. Sa lahat ng proyekto sa Region 4B, in-apply po yung 70% o 68% na yon sa lahat ng mga proyekto. Pero ang sabi po namin, hindi po dapat ganoon. Kasi meron pong mga proyekto na sobra ang cut. Halimbawa po, may proyektong yon na 41 million ang budget. Ang naging budget na lang po sa Senate version ay 13 million. Roughly 68% ang nawala. Sa aming computation po, pagka in-apply yung aming formula, kada proyekto, kasi ang proyekto po iba-iba eh. Iba-iba po dyan ang dami ng asfalto, iba-iba po ang dami ng trabahador, ng labor, iba-iba po lahat yan. Nung in-apply po namin, ang sa amin po na tamang resulta ay from 41 million magiging 30 million. Hindi po 13 million. Or roughly about 30% ang bawas. So yun po ang pinoint out namin sa aming sulat. Ang request po namin, ibalik po dun sa dati at payagan na lang po kami ang mag-cut nung mga presyo. Dahil po, kailangan po iisa-isahin po yan. Kada proyekto, iisa-isahin natin at kakat natin base dun sa kinat natin na presyo at base din dun sa kada proyekto na kailangan nating bawasan.
Okay, so for the audience, this is why the DPWH is asking for the restoration of 54 billion pesos.
Actually, hindi po, no? 45 billion nga po.
Hindi 54.
Kasi po, yung 54 po, total Senate cut po yun. Meron po silang ibang na-cut na ibang mga items. Hindi po namin pinapa-restore yun. Ang pinapa-restore lang po namin yung, I think, 45 billion na ginawang across the board cut sa 10,000 projects. Yun lang po. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin nun, hindi bababa ang budget ng mga proyektong yon. Bababa po yon, pero hinihiling lang po namin na payagan ang executive na gawin yung kanyang trabaho. Kailangan po kasi iisa-isahin po natin. So, yun lang po. Pero again, sinabi ko din po, pinresinta namin ito sa bicameral conference. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa invitation ni Senator Win at ni Congresswoman Mika. Pero at the end of the day, Karen, the Senate, the Congress, the bicameral conference will decide what to do. And the executive will have to abide by whatever the decision of Congress is. But we will be remiss in our obligation if we don't point this out.
But then at the end of the day, the President has roughly 2.5 years to his term. If the 45 billion pesos is not restored and 10,000 projects are affected, what happens to these projects?
Ang mangyayari po doon, tama po yung ating mga kongresista at senador, hindi po natin may implement ang project ng buo. Halimbawa, yung pong sa Mindoro, ay sa Romblon, meron pong proyekto, halimbawa, asphalting. Nabawasan po ng sobra. Yan dapat ay 10 kilometro. Dahil po nabawasan ng sobra, kailangan pong i-modify yan para magkasya yung budget na in-approve ng Kongreso. At yan po, imbes na 10 kilometro, magiging siguro 5 kilometro o 4 na kilometro na lang po yan. So yun po ang magiging epekto nun. Ang sinasabi lang po natin is, sayang naman yung proyekto, kung kinakailangang espaltuin yan o gawin yung kagang yan, sayang naman yung mawawala. At the same time, sayang din yung mga laborers na ma-hire, sayang din yung economic activity na ma-generate. Remember, these are 10,000 projects. I'm not talking about just one project, Karen. I'm talking about 10,000 projects that may be affected by this. Yun lang po ang iniiwasan natin.
Okay.
Pero again, kung yun po ang desisyon ng ating Kongreso, wala po tayong magagawa dyan.
But what is your reaction to, I believe Senator Win Gatchalian said, that this is not your budget. That's the
Totoo
problem
naman po
he
yun.
said. Oo.
It's really a problem for me,
Yes.
Karen.
So this
because-
is a problem of trust and credibility.
Absolutely. You know, Karen, ang budget po nag-uumpisang pinaprepare yan, February pa lang. Nung February po, hindi pa po ako, nasa private sector pa po ako noon. No? Nung sinimulang gawin ang budget ng DPWH. Nung ako po ay umupo bilang DPWH noong September, nasa Kongreso na po yan. No, pero we are trying our best to do what we can with the help of the Senate, with the help of Congress, and I'm very thankful to Congress and the Senate, especially Senator Win Gatchalian, dahil marami po kaming naglinis dyan. Yung mga duplicate projects, yung mga overlapping projects, yung mga project na pare-pareho ang presyo, iba-ibang facing, lahat po yan gininis natin. Pero ang kailangan ko lang pong i-correct, no? Ang ibang mga bagay na lumabas kahapon, unang-una po, hindi po natin ibinabalik ulit yung presyo ng mga materyales sa dati. That's never gonna happen anymore. And the President will never allow it. Siya nga ang nagpababa eh. Siya nga ang nagsabi, mahiya naman kayo. Siya nga ang nagpasabog nitong skandalong ito. Hindi gagawin ng Pangulo yun. Unang-una.
Okay.
Ikalawa, meron din po akong narinig na ibinabalik daw ng executive ng DPWH ang lahat ng flood control project. Hindi po totoo yun. Unang-una, ang Pangulo po ang nagsabi, tanggalin lahat ng locally funded flood control projects sa 2026 budget. Hindi po gagawin ng Pangulo na ibalik ang mga proyektong yan. Ikatlo, meron daw kaming mga ini-insert o dinadagdag na mga proyekto. Wala pong katotohanan yon. Hindi po papayagan ng Pangulo, hindi papayagan ng DPWH na maglagay ng panibagong mga proyekto dyan. Ang ginagawa lang po natin is, sana po pabayaan po tayo ng Kongreso, ng Senado na gawin ang trabaho namin para i-implement yung pagbaba ng presyo ng mga materyales. Yun lang po. If we are allowed to do that, then we will be very transparent. We issue the department order mandating everyone to apply all these changes. If they do not, pwede namin silang kasuhan, pwede namin silang ipakulong. But there is a problem of trust. Siyempre naman.
But this is what you are appealing.
Yes.
Trust the DPWH again under your leadership.
That is an appeal. But I understand na vast majority of our kababayans will not believe me. Naiintindihan ko po yun. Because it is hard to believe a agency that caused all of this. Kahit ako nasa lugar ako ng mga kababayan natin, hindi din naman po ako maniniwala. But ito po, kailangan ko pong sabihin ito eh. Kailangan ko pong ipaalam sa ating mga senador, sa ating mga kongresista, ang magiging epekto dun sa version
affect economic growth as well?
If the projects end up being unimplementable or only partially implementable across thousands of projects all over the country, then absolutely yes. It will be affected. And I tried to explain that to the bicameral conference committee last night. No, may epekto po yan because that affects jobs.
Hello. Hello. Rod Cyril de Matera po. Magandang tanghali po mga kabayan. Narito na po ang mga nagbabagang balita sa oras na ito. Magandang tanghali po, Rod Cyril de Matera po. Narito na po ang mga balitang dapat niyong malaman sa loob ng 24 oras na tinutukan ng inyong KBS News. Natagpuang patay si dating Department of Public Works and Highways Undersecretary Maria Catalina Cabral matapos umanong mahulog sa bangin sa bahagi ng Cannon Road sa Tuba, Benguet nitong Webes ng gabi. Nakuha ang katawan ni Cabral sa unang idineklarang unconscious and unresponsive malapit sa Buene River na may lalim na 20 hanggang 30 metro ilang oras matapos umanong sabihan ng kanyang driver na naiwan siya muna sa Cannon Road. Bagaman iniimbestigahan pa ang dahilan kung papaano siya nahulog, lumitaw ang sa paunang pagsisiyasat ng mga otoridad na nasa Cannon Road si Cabral at driver nito dakong alas 3 ng hapon patungo La Union na noong Miyerkules, December 18. Pero pinatigil umano ni Cabral ang sasakyan sa Maramal, Camp 5, Camp 4 at nagpaiwan. Nang balikan ng driver ni Cabral bandang alas 5 ng hapon ay hindi na umano niya ito makita. Sa pina sa paniwalang sa paniwalang posibleng na nagtungo ng hotel sa Baguio City si Cabral, punta ang driver sa naturang hotel at napag-alamang wala siya. Dakong alas 7 ng gabi nang nagpatulong na ang driver sa mga otoridad upang hanapin ang dating opisyal. Sa isinagawang search operations ng Benguet Police Provincial Office, Baguio City Police Office at Tuba Municipal Police Station natagpuan si Cabral malapit sa pangpang ng ilog. agad namang na-retrieve ng Tuba Municipal Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office at Bureau of Fire Protection. Kaugnay ng insidente, iniutos ng Office of the Ombudsman sa mga otoridad sa Benguet na i-secure ang cellphone at iba pang gadgets ni Secretary Cabral. Sabi ni Assistant Ombudsman Miko Clavano na Ombudsman's Office directs the authorities in Benguet to take custody of the preserves the cell phone and other gadgets of former user Cathy Cabral. Yan ang sabi ni Assistant Ombudsman Miko Clavano. Dagdag niya pa, the same is to be turned over to the investigators at the proper time. Kabilang si Capral sa mga dating opisyal ng DPWH na inirekomenda ng Independent Commission for Infrastructure or ICI na kasuhan kaugnay sa umanong anomalyang flood control projects kabilang ang isang 95.04 million na flood control project sa Bukawi, Bulacan. 95.04 million pesos. Noong Setyembre 2025, nagpitiw siya sa pwesto. Noong Lunes, pinapaharap siya ng ICI Cabral para sa investigasyon pero hindi siya sumipot o nagpakita. Narito naman din ang mga balita na nakalipas na 24 oras. Isinilbi na ang warrant of arrest laban sa kontratistang na si Sara Diskaya at Pangulo na St. Timothy Construction Corporation na si Rimando nahaharap sa mga kasong malversation at grab kaugnay ng 96.5 million pesos na ghost flood control project sa Davao Occidental. Si Diskaya ay formal na sinilbihan ng warrant of arrest ng National Bureau of Investigation or NBI Huwebes ng gabi habang si Rimando ay isinilbihan din ng warrant of arrest ng PNP sa mismong tanggapan ng NBI sa Pasay City kung saan siya'y nagpakustodiya sa ginawang voluntaryong pagsuko. Kamakailan ay at dinala siya sa NBI Detention Facility sa Muntinlupa City. Biyernes ang hapon ay ipinahayag na patungong Cebu si Diskaya mula sa Ninoy Aquino International Airport na iniskortahan ng mga ahente ng NBI. Sa video ng NBI nitong Huwebes ng gabi na makikita na nagsuot ng dilaw na t-shirt na may tatak ng NBI AOT CD detainee. Samantala si Rimando ay inaresto rin noong Huwebes ng gabi habang nasa kustodiya ng Pasig Police kung saan siya voluntaryo rin sumuko noong December 8. Pansamantalang makukulong sa Pasig City Police Station si Rimando habang hinihintay din ang commitment order ng Lapu-Lapu City RTC para ibiyahe rin siya sa Cebu. Ayon kay Pasig Police Station Chief Police Colonel Hendrik Mangaldan, sabi niya noong December 8 nag-voluntary surrender na ang akusado natin. Sinamahan ng kanyang abogado na si Attorney Coronelio Samengio III. Dito na muna siya tumulay while waiting for insurance of warrant of arrest. Kanina dumating na at sinerve na daw nila. Dumaan na sa standard operating procedure si Rimando tulad ng pagkuha ng mugshots, booking process, at medical examinations. Ang malversation of public funds ay isang non-bailable offense kahit hindi sila maaaring palayain ng pansamantala. At yan ang mga balitang dapat yung malaman sa nakalipas na 24 oras. Ako po si Rod Cyril de Matera, tumutok lang dito sa DZAM. Babalik po ako sa mga kalipas na babalik po ang Newsline alert makalipas ang 30 minutes. Magandang tanghali, kabayan.
The flood control scandal, other than at the very least, sabi ni Ombudsman Remulla, gross negligence for keeping Zaldico there, allowing him to do what he's doing. But how could the speaker be linked?
I think ano po yan, no? Kailangan pagkatiwalaan na natin ang ginagawa ng ombudsman ngayon. No? Ang maisusumiti lang po natin sa ombudsman yung meron tayo. No? Pero tingin ko po, nagsabi na rin po ng ombudsman na patungo sila kung saan ang ebidensya. At ang responsibilidad po ng ombudsman ngayon ay maghanap pa ng ebidensya, maghanap pa ng sinasabi niyong link na matibay para po makapag-file na po ng kaso sa korte.
Okay.
So that is the job of the ombudsman, and I think we should have our full trust and confidence in the ombudsman.
Okay. Now, when you see a project, either if it's substandard, like the one in Mindoro, ghost projects, either, did you see one in Bulacan, yung ghost?
Yes.
Diba?
Marami po.
So, it's easy to build a case around that because you're actually looking at it per project.
Yes, that's true.
The PCIJ came out with a report on alleged allocables of former Speaker Martin Romualdez and Congressman Sandro Marcos, the son of the president. So ang tanong, is the DPWH actually checking, looking, matching records?
Yes.
The PCIJ report plus the actual projects in Ilocos Norte.
That is what we are doing. And in fact, you mentioned Ilocos Norte. The ICI led by General Jun Asurin, Undersecretary Ato Bisnar, who is an undersecretary that we brought in. And I think even Mayor Benji Magalang was with them when they went to Ilocos Norte. No, and they reviewed these projects. No, so that is ongoing. No, you're absolutely right. When a project is in the budget. Now, the next question is, was that project implemented properly? If it was implemented properly, then there is no problem. No? Kung yan ay tama at nakatulong, wala pong problema yan. Pero malaki ang problema kapag yan ay ghost at kapag yan ay talagang substandard. No? So, yun ang ginagawa po natin ngayon. Tuloy-tuloy po tayo dyan. No?
But would you have, I mean, frankly, the president appointed you. So this is what I want to ask you in terms of, you know, where it puts you, this situation. The president appointed you and quite generously from the DOTR moved you to the DPWH and then suddenly you'll investigate his son. Kaya mo yun?
The president made it very clear.
Pero sarili niyang anak.
The president made it very clear. Kahit sino pa yan, wherever the evidence leads, that's where we will go. And that's where we are going. You know, I know, Karen, it's you know, I said in the BICAM yesterday, the department has zero trust when it comes to the Filipino people, and that is completely understandable. And it's going to take time to build back that trust. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 2 years. The time I will be in this job. But we have to build it slowly.
But how will you do it? Let's say you're checking the projects of of Congressman Sandro Marcos, and then you're attending a cabinet meeting with the president, and then natuklasan mo, nako, may ano dito, may anomalya dito. How do you do that? And then you face your boss. But you'd have to report to him what you found. I mean,
it is what it is.
But who would you be loyal to at the end of the day if you found a possible cover-up? Would you resign?
Well, you know,
ang hirap ng trabaho mo rin.
Mahirap yung ganong sitwasyon. But never in any of my dealings with the president have I felt even a tinge of that. I have not felt it. I have not heard anything that remotely close to that, Karen. The president has always been consistent. Wherever the evidence leads, that is where we will go. And that is exactly what the Ombudsman said as well.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go right now. I'll move to PAGCOR Chair Al Tenco, right? I'm going to move there because the numbers have shown that this is a Rappler, I believe this is a Rappler expose that Al Tenco's family, this is way before you came in, no? But since I think 2022, they have secured 14 government contracts. North Star Development Corporation is run by his 3 kids, based on this report, and it has garnered 7.1 billion pesos worth of projects. Once again, President's close friend, President's appointee, part of his circle, related once again to DPWH projects. What are you going to do?
Well, first of all, I think that company has already been doing business with DPWH for the longest time. I mean, they've been a contractor for DPWH. I don't know since when. No, but I will repeat what I've been saying every time. If there is an issue with respect to a project, how a project is implemented, if it is a ghost project, if it is a substandard project, we will go after whoever is responsible. Whether it's this contractor or that contractor, it doesn't matter. Whether it's a Diskaya project or a Star project or North Star project, it doesn't matter. If there is irregularity, and there is evidence of irregularity, we will go after it. That is the President's clearest instruction.
Now, what about the issue of undue advantage? I mean, when you are close to the President, when you are PAGCOR chief, I mean, yan ang punto ng storyang to eh. Because yes, they've been in business long, but it's tripled. The contracts have tripled from the time Marcos took office and he was appointed. So people feel that clearly, you know, their company has taken advantage of the close ties with the President.
That's why we have to reform, Karen.
Yeah. No. But would that be under the purview of the DPWH, yung undue advantage, or iba na dapat ang magrekomenda ng kasong to?
You are saying that they got undue advantage, that's why they won, right? That means na may problema sa procurement. Di ba? Kasi kung fair, kung patas-patas, then wala dapat undue advantage. That's why the President told me to reform the procurement system in DPWH. We have to reform it. That's why we started with live streaming every bid. That's not enough, Karen. No, but it's a start. No, it's a start. And we have to continuously change the way things are done, including procurement.
Yeah, or bidding.
Yeah, bidding nga. Yun nga, bidding nga. Yung bidding nga, kailangan ayusin natin yan. Para masigurado na walang undue advantage. Kung patas-patas, kung may manalo, okay, nanalo ka. Fair and square. Diba? But we have to ensure na walang undue advantage. Kahit sino.
Or those closest to power, right, have the benefit of getting the projects.
Yes, exactly. And that is all about transparent procurement or bidding processes. No, which I think may problema talaga. No, and we have to reform it. But again, hindi madali yon, Karen. It takes time. It takes
years.
A very, very clear. It's never been done in the first place. But we have to slowly do it.
What would you do?
Live streaming DPWH, that's never been done.
So I'm curious now. Let's say there are, I don't know how many construction companies in the Philippines are accredited by the DPWH to take on projects. Offhand right now, 100, 200?
More.
More?
Oh,
wow.
Ang dami niyan.
So, like, 1,000?
Yeah. Ang dami-daming construction companies sa Pilipinas.
So,
pero, ang problema nga, may rules, hindi naman sinusunod. Halimbawa, yun ang sinabi ni Diskaya, na may mga ibang project naman hindi ako ang nag-implement. Kunyari, itong sa Davao Occidental, kung saan nakulong na itong si Sara Diskaya.
Ghost yun,
niya, ghost project yun. Ang sabi niya, nadamay lang kami dyan eh. Sabi ko, paano ka madadamay? Ikaw yung kakontrata ng DPWH eh. St. Timothy yung nakapirma eh. Doon sa kontrata, sabi mo, madadamay ka. Ang sinasabi niya doon, hindi naman siya ang nag-implement. Siya ang nakapirma sa kontrata, pero yung totoong gumawa o nandaya dahil hindi nga ginawa yung project, hindi siya yun. Yun ang ibig sabihin nun, yung sinasabing bentahan ng kontrata.
Yeah.
Di ba? Na matagal nang pinag-uusapan.
Yes.
Yun, bawal yun, Karen eh. Bakit nakakalusot yun?
No.
Di ba? So, kailangan talaga yun, that needs to end.
I'm curious, is it possible, I don't know best practices in Asia, but being an archipelago, to spread the business? Because clearly, we also want people to earn, meaning private citizens to earn. Posible ba yun, Vince? Kunyari, pag ang proyekto Region 1, eto lang ang mga contractor na pwede mag-bid, ang nakabase sa Region 1. Hindi kasi like the Discayas, di ba? Nangyari all over the Philippines, meron.
It was a nationwide syndicate.
So, is that a possible change? How will that work?
Well, it's an idea.
Okay.
It's an idea. But again, there are rules kasi.
Yeah.
Di ba? Ang problema nga, people from the private sector always say this. It's not a question about the rules. The rules are there.
Yeah.
The problem is, hindi naman sinusunod eh. Halimbawa yun, yung pagbenta ng kontrata, bawal yun eh. Bawal yun. That's not allowed. But why have people, companies, DPWH personnel why have they been getting away with this for so long? Ngayon, hindi na pwede yun.
Now, Secretary, isn't this ironic that the President started this? I mean, he opened a Pandora's box, but then it went back to his doorstep. I mean, really.
You know, the President said it when he addressed the nation several weeks ago. This is very, very hard. It's like removing a tumor from a body. We all need to breathe, yun ang sinabi ng Presidente. And that includes him. That includes him, obviously. I mean, his first cousin, the former speaker, meron ng recommendations. Plunder, anti-graft, bribery. Nasa ombudsman na yan.
And then a story about his son.
That's all coming out now. His friends. But again, the President said, wala tayong sisinuhin, wala tayong sasantuin.
Okay.
And to me, I follow that to the letter. Kung ano ang sinabi ng Pangulo natin, susundin natin yan.
Okay. I asked Ombudsman Remulla this because people have said, is it being used for politics, right? Now, the irony, so it's hitting allies of the President. But the Discayas in the Senate hearing also showed ties with the family of Senator Bongo. Is that being investigated in any way?
Yes, we've submitted the documents already to both the ICI and the Office of the Ombudsman. That is another situation very similar to the situation of the congressmen that we filed against. No, there is clear conflict of interest. No, where a person of power, especially a congressman or in this case a senator, has ties to a construction company. No, in the case of CLTG, it is a construction company owned by the immediate family of Senator Bongo. That is already with the Ombudsman and the ICI.
Baka naman maubos ang tao sa gobyerno.
I mean,
sa totoo lang. Di ba?
Kung saan ang ebidensya po, doon po tayo pupunta.
Okay, all right. Now we are gonna take a quick break. Head Start. We'll be right back.
Ang galing-galing mo! Smart dishwashing paste ko! Pritong ulam na masebo, plato ng kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang pahit, linis fantastic sa metal at plastic. Number 1 ko to! Tanggaling-galing mo! Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
May nagbago. May arte. May budget. Akala nyo lang yon.
So solid. White Rose Papaya. Wow. White Rose. White Rose Papaya. Wow. White Rose. White Rose.
may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
With a white rose papaya.
White rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS. Tanggaling-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo. Plato ng kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang bahid. Linis fantastic sa metal at plastic. Number 1 ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
The Philippines' premier source for current affairs and business news has a new home. The ABS-CBN News Channel, now on I Want. Never miss a story. Hear the biggest news from across the globe, all in one channel.
Stay ahead with industry-shaping insights.
Sit back and relax as we take you on epic journeys and exciting leisure pursuits. Your 24/7 news channel is now within reach.
Subscribe to I Want and get access to ANC's live 24/7 channel.
And enjoy ANC programs on demand, anytime and anywhere, whether on your mobile, laptop, or smart TV. The ABS-CBN News Channel,
now
on I Want.
May nagbago, may arte, may budget. Akala nyo lang yon.
So solid. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya.
May glow up with a white rose papaya. White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up. Rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS. Tanggaling-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo. Plato ng kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang bahid. Linis fantastic sa metal at plastic. Number 1 ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
May nagbago, may arte, may budget. Akala nyo lang yon.
So solid. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya.
May glow up with a white rose papaya. White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up. Rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS.
This week on Beyond the Exchange with Rico Hizon.
A proud Filipino making his mark in Hollywood. Joining us is no less than Vincent Josh Chan, crazy ex-girlfriend Rodriguez III.
We have a ways to go, but we're seeing way more than we ever did.
Could we see a Vinny Rodriguez in a Filipino film or even in a teleserye or soap opera?
Maybe.
Catch Beyond the Exchange with Rico Hizon, Tuesday, 6 p.m. here on ANC.
Welcome back to Head Start. We're still joined by Public Works Secretary Vince Dizon as we close the program. We have a few minutes left. Now, it seems is there a feeling being given that the investigation is winding down? I'll give you an example. There were bills filed for additional powers for the ICI. Malacanang came out with a statement saying it doesn't seem that the president wants to give additional powers or support the bill for additional powers. Ombudsman Boying Remulla said he predicts the ICI would be there for 1 to 2 months, right? So parang is it signaling na tapos na to, tapos na tayo sa flood control?
First of all, Karen, let me correct you. I was at the Legislative Executive Development Council meeting, and the president, when the ICI or ICP bill was presented by Senator Pangilinan, the president supported it. The president supported it. I was there. No, so the president supports it. As to the statement of Ombudsman Boying, I cannot speak to that. No, but to us, the investigations continue. The investigations continue, and they will be relentless, Karen.
Now,
even if we have to do a lot of other things in DPWH, like fix all these problems, and really start building things the right way, the investigations will continue and they will be relentless.
Okay. Now, Secretary Babe Singson, former DPWH Secretary, resigned from the ICI. Ang malungkot is, siya yung nakakaintindi sa projects, di ba? Umalis siya. So ngayon, I believe, dalawa na lang sila, hindi na-replace pa yung position ni Secretary Singson. Or unless I'm wrong, please, guys, forgive me for this. But at the end of the day, what would you recommend, because you've been working with the ICI in a way, for the ICI to strengthen, even in terms of personnel, more members? What would you recommend?
You know, first of all, Secretary Babes spoke to me like a month before he resigned. If actually, I think he's resigning. Today is the effectivity, December 15. We spoke mid-November. And he told me that, unang-una, his technical expertise has really been utilized already. No, and then, of course, he said nga, pagod na siya. But he also told me that he wants to continue helping DPWH. Kaya nga po, kasama ko siya in a very, very important technical working group to assess all the flood control projects moving forward. Ang sabi ko nga sa mga kababayan natin, wala nang papasang flood control project kung hindi i-approve nung technical working group of experts kasama si Secretary Babe Singson.
So he's joining you?
Yes. He will be like an advisor to DPWH, which is really what his expertise is.
Which will help.
No, ang laki po ng tulong. No, nung pagvo-volunteer ni Secretary Babes. Ngayon, dun po sa ICI, ako po, ang tingin ko, ang kailangan ngayong ma-beef up talaga ay yung legal capabilities of ICI to help us churn out as many cases, as many filings and referrals with the Ombudsman as possible. That is, I think, where we are. Kasi, unang-una, ang DPWH, hindi naman namin trabaho talaga yung mag-imbestiga at mag-file. Ang trabaho ng DPWH mag-build. No? Mag-build. So, tingin ko po ang ICI, yun ang kinakailangan at this point. Yun lang po ang tingin ko. And I think the President fully supports it. He supports the bills in Congress. The only problem is the executive can no longer add additional powers because the executive order that created the ICI, that's already what the executive can give. It is now up to Congress to give more powers.
Do you think the President should certify it as urgent?
I think that is the plan. No?
That's the plan?
I think so. No, I'm not sure, no, but I think that is the plan because he said it's a priority together with the anti-dynasty bill and the reforms to
priority pa lang.
Priority. The anti-dynasty bill, I think
therefore
the changes to the party list, I think, and then the ICP bill.
So okay. So moving forward is charges against Vice President Sara Duterte have been filed recently. I think charges of plunder. So some have said that it was filed in effect end of the year. So it's going to be a new news cycle for 2026. Do you believe that in a way, once it gets moving, these charges against the Vice President, whether another impeachment is filed, the flood control scandal is going to be forgotten?
No. No, I don't think so, because I think the scale of the scandal that the President himself exposed will only be put to rest if, number one, people are held to account, no matter who they are, from top to bottom. I think that's the only way. No, and it doesn't matter what other news there is, etc., etc. We need to focus on holding people accountable. And that's what we're focused on. And that will continue up until next year. Tuloy-tuloy po yan.
Okay.
No, whether it's less in the news or not, accountability must be given to the people who were responsible. Accountability, people must be held to account.
I'm curious though, we talked about the ICI, that particular EO. Do you believe the ICI should be permanent and it should consistently investigate talagang DPWH projects? Because I remember you dissolved the internal mechanism of the DPWH to investigate itself. Sabi mo, we can't investigate ourselves. Do you believe that should be the new mandate of the ICI?
This decision, I think, is a question for Congress on what to do to make it permanent or not. But I do believe that there needs to be someone else investigating, not just DPWH, but all other departments. Right now, that is really the job of the Ombudsman. That is why the Constitution provides for the Ombudsman. But if Congress decides that there is another entity that will assist or complement the Ombudsman, that is up to Congress. But I do believe that, and I will always believe that we cannot investigate ourselves. That, to me, is, it does not make any sense.
Okay. Now, after Head Start, you are off to Bulacan again.
Yes.
So what is happening in Bulacan today?
Pupunta po ako sa office ng 1st District of Bulacan, where this all started.
Historic to,
Dahil po, wala na yung mga lukong mga nagnakaw doon.
Si Alcantara,
si Alcantara, si Bryce. And by the way, lahat yan, alam ko po, very soon magfa-file na po ng kaso ang Ombudsman. At kung ano yung nangyari dun sa mga taga-DPWH na nakulong sa Oriental Mindoro case, yun din po ang mangyayari kay Hernandez, Mendoza, etc. Yun din po ang mangyayari sa kanila. So, pagkakalam ko po, this week na yun. Pero, like you said, the work needs to continue. Bulacan, ang mga kababayan po natin doon, baha pa rin hanggang ngayon. 6 na buwan po sa loob ng 1 taon, baha sila. So, ang kailangan po doon, kahit na managot sila Alcantara, sila Hernandez, sila Diskaya, sila Wawaw, sila Sally Santos ng SIMS, kailangan po rin po nating ayusin ang problema sa pagbabaha sa Bulacan.
Is that
Kawawa naman po yung mga kababayan natin.
Is that part of the 10,000 projects? Meron sa Bulacan?
Hindi po. Tinanggal po natin ang flood control for next year. So, I am going there because we appointed OICs, mga bagong mga district engineer, assistant district engineer, project engineer, and I want to meet them personally. To talk to them and tell them, number one, huwag niyong tutularan itong mga nakita niyong mga taong ninakaw lang ang pera ng mga kababayan natin. And dadalhin ko po sila dun sa mga community na binisita ng ating presidente at ipapakita ko sa kanila, ito ang ginawa ng mga pinalitan ninyo. So, kailangan nating ayusin ito.
Wait, my last question is, tinanggal ang flood control for 2026 completely, pero ang katotohanan sa Pilipinas, binabaha talaga tayo. So for example, Navotas is, it is surrounded by, I think, 4 bodies of water, right? It needs money to finish its flood controls. Congressman Toby Tiangco said, anong gagawin ko? Diba? Tinanggal yung budget. Baka pag hiningi ko, maakusahan pa ako. But then, I mean, stealing is one thing, but we need genuine flood control.
Yes.
Is there no other way, Secretary Vince?
I think what we need to do is we need to make sure that every flood control project and every project of DPWH for that matter is really a project that the people need.
Okay.
And it is not a project that is only meant to enrich people.
Agree.
It is not a project that is only meant for people to steal. That is what happened, Karen. So we have to do that. That's why the president said...
So are you reassessing all flood controls in the country?
Actually, the president did something more than that. The president took out all the flood control projects for 2026.
Yeah, but then we need some kind of flood control.
That's right. So now, what we are going to do, and Sec Babe Singson is going to help us out here, is we're going to assess and say, ito bang flood control na to sa Navotas? Makakatulong ba ito?
Dapat ba tapusin na to?
Kung makakatulong to, Bondohan natin yan.
Okay.
Ngayon, meron pong mga ongoing sa Navotas. Nung bumagyo po, nung nakaraan, ako po mismo pumunta doon kasama ni Mayor John Ray at ni Congressman Toby. Marami pong mga nasira. Halimbawa po, yung sinira ng high tone. Yung kumpanya ni Saldico. Talaga pong minandato namin na ayusin. At yun po ay naayos na. Ngayon, finally, after so many months, naayos na po yun. Pero meron din pong mga kailangan ayusin doon. So ang ginagawa po namin ngayon, we are trying to find a way using savings from DPWH from 2025 to fund the projects that are absolutely necessary. So mamaya po sa Bulacan, kasama ko po si Professor Mahar Lagmay ng Project NOAA. Iikutin po namin. At simple lang ang tanong ko kay Professor Mahar. Ito bang project na to, kailangan ba nating tapusin? Pagka sinabi sa akin ni Professor Mahar Lagmay, tama yan, hindi pwedeng nakatiwangwang yan. Kailangan tapusin yan, tapusin ang tama. Then, I will find a way to fund it and fix it. So yun po ang mga pag-uusapan namin mamaya sa Bulacan. Meron po, pero hindi po ini-implement eh. Yun ang problema eh. Sabi nga ni Sec Babe Singson, ang daming master plan. Hindi implement yung sa Cebu, yung sa Tino, meron pong 2017 master plan na nakita mismo ng Pangulo natin. Pinakita niya kay Governor Baricuatro, sa mga mayor. Meron na pa ganito, bakit hindi in-implement? So ngayon po, ang utos ng Pangulo natin, i-implement namin.
Alright.
So finally, ang dami pong kailangan gawin.
Okay. So, I just want to ask to close. This is on a light note. If you're seeing right now, there's a lot of good feedback about you on social media. You were gonna cough right there. There's a lot of good feedback about you for social media.
Parang hindi po totoo yun.
Hindi. And people asking you to run for higher office in 2028.
Karen, that's never gonna happen. I've said this repeatedly already. I am not a politician. Trabahante lang ako eh. I'm just an employee that has been working in government, in and out of government for the last, 27, 28 years. And that's all I do. And after this term...
But could you change your mind?
No. Because I want to go back to the private sector if I'm allowed. But if I am asked to serve, I will always say yes to serve. But running for public office, it's not me, Karen. I'm not a politician. I'll just do my job. And I guess what you said about social media, well, I don't think it's all positive. I think a lot of it is negative as well, but that's okay because I really don't care. I don't care if they say good things or bad things about me because I'm not a politician. My job here is not to please people, Karen. The job that the president gave me is just to do what I need to do. Regardless if people are happy, sad, angry, it doesn't matter to me.
On that note, Secretary Vince Dizon, thank you for coming back to Head Start.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure. So I think for Head Start, this is your last live show for this year because we're already hitting the Christmas break in a few weeks. So next year is another chapter for the DPWH.
Yes.
That's another whole story, okay? We're gonna keep you. We're gonna keep watching your performance. Public Works Secretary Vince Dizon, thank you so much. And that is Head Start today, everybody. I'm Karen Davila. Thanks for watching. You can catch our interviews on YouTube. Watch ANC Live when you subscribe to I Want. Stay informed. Stay with ANC.
This is the Philippines. We are ANC.
Hello everyone, I'm Rico Hizon. From stage to screen, he's brought Filipino representation to global audiences. And today on Beyond Exchange, a proud Filipino making his mark in Hollywood. Joining us is no less than Vincent Josh Chan, crazy ex-girlfriend Rodriguez the Third.
That's right.
Vinny, for short.
I feel like I should applaud you after that. I was getting pumped.
Merry Christmas.
I was getting pumped. I was like, yeah, who's this guy? And like, oh, it's me.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Vinny. It's great to have you in our Christmas holidays episode.
Oh, I love it. I'm like taking photos of Christmas trees and video. I have a lot of video on my phone of just Christmas trees
And
in
how
Manila.
important is Christmas to you? As we all know, Christmas in the Philippines starts in the month of September. What about in America?
Well, in America, we have the home.
Ito naman po ang pangalawang pasada ng mga balitang dapat niyong malaman dito sa KBS News. Itinalaga ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. si dating PNP Chief Nicolas Torre III bilang bagong General Manager ng Metropolitan Manila Development Authority o MMDA. Kinumpirma yan ng Malacanang nitong Biyernes. Pinalitan si Torre si Procopio Lipanad ayon sa palasyo. Pinalitan si Torre bilang hepe ng PNP ngayong taong matapos na umano'y mga hindi pagkakasundo ng National Police Commission ayon kay Pangulong Marcos. Sabi ng ahensya, malugod na tinatanggap ng MMDA ang paghirak ni Nicolas Torre sa isang pahayag. Sa isang pahayag, sinabi ng ahensya na lubos nitong sinusuportahan ang desisyon ng Pangulo sa kanyang tiwala para kay Torre. Sabi naman na si General Torre ay isang malugod na karagdagan sa pamilya ng MMDA. Siguradong akong magiging malaking tulong siya sa ahensya, sabi sabi ng chairman ng MMDA na si Attorney Don Artes. Pinaabot din ng MMDA ang pasasalamat nito sa papalabas na General Manager na si Lipa na naglingkod sa MMDA ng mahigit 3 taon. Mananatiling nakatuon ang MMDA sa pagpapatuloy ng misyon nitong tiyakin ang ligtas, mahusay at maayos na paggalaw ng pag-usad sa Metro Manila sa paghirap ni Nicolas Torre. Sa ibang balita naman, ang umano'y pananakit na ginawa ng Leyte 4th District Representative Richard Gomez laban kay Philippine Fencing Association President Rene Gagcuma na maaaring maging dahilan para sa isang rekomendasyon ethics. Sa isang reklamong ethics laban sa mambabatas ayon yan sa House Committee on Public Account Chairperson at Bicol Saro Representative Terry Ridon. Inaakusahan ni Kaguma si Gomez ng pananakit sa kanya sa batok sa isang sporting venue na nag-host ng mga laban ng fencing sa Southeast Asian Games sa Thailand. Nagpadala ng liham ang Pangulo ng PFA kay Dr. Raul Canlas, Chief de Mission ng delegado ng Pilipinas sa SEA Games na nagdedetalye ng insidente na isinumite rin sa Ethics Committee ng Philippine Olympic Committee or POC at ng House of Representatives. Ang ginawa ng mapapatas ay nagkasunod ng desisyon ng PFA na palitan ang miyembro ng Philippine Fencing Team fencer na si Alexa Larazabal. Sinabi ng PFA na ang desisyon nito ay batay sa pagbaba ng bilang ng mga kalahok at iba pang mga naaalahin sa kabila ng mahusay na pagganap ni Rizalba sa pambansang tryout. Tukan natin ang mga balita sa Philippine Stock Exchange. Ang indices natin our indices in PSEI is 5 ay nasa 5,000 5,920.87, sa negative 110.61 at nasa negative 1.83%. So all shares naman ay 3,397.72, negative 49.24 at negative 1.43%. Kahapon lang sa kakatapos lang ng market close kahapon ng December 19, 3 p.m. sa ICT naghahalaga naman ng 2,949,300,695. Price niya na yon ay ang price naman ay 549.50. Sa change naman ay negative 26.50 at sa percentage niya ay 4.60%. Sa SM naman ay 791,813,145 ang kanyang value. As of now, ang price ng SM ay 700 at sa change naman ay 0 at ay nananatili sa 0% din. Sa BDO naman 499,592,511. Price niya nung kahapon ay 128. Sa change naman ay 2.60 at naghahalaga ng negative 1.99%. Ulitin ko lang, sa change ng BDO negative 2.60 at sa percentage niya ay negative 1.99%. Total returns ng PSE ng Philippine Stock Exchange ay ang value ay 2,585.71. Change niya ay negative 48.11 na nasa negative 1.83%. At yan ang mga balitang tinutukan ng KBS News. Ako po si Rod de Matera. Mamayang alas 8 ng gabi, tutukan nyo dito sa DZAM ang Simbang Gabi, ang 6th day ng Simbang Gabi na ila-livestream namin din sa DZAM official YouTube channel at ng KBS official YouTube channel. Tutok po tayo, kabayan. Ako po si Rod de Matera muli. Magandang hapon, kabayan.
I did. No, because I got offered. People said, you should go to the Philippines. You'd be a big star. Wow, you're so talented. And I remember saying no. And it wasn't because I want to shy away from my heritage. No, I don't want to do that because, yes, I want to create a presence here in this industry. And I want to see, because I don't know, none of us can predict the future, I want to see. if I actually followed my dreams despite the
And you
challenges. And I did, and I paid for it, you know. And you know, I lost my dad before he ever saw me star on a 4-time Emmy Award-winning, Golden Globe-winning, now cult-following musical TV show, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, which just celebrated its 10-year reunion anniversary with a concert tour where we sold out 2 nights in New York City at the Beacon, 1 night in LA, like at the I think it was the Orpheum, and then our final night of the tour was in San Francisco, my hometown. Oh, this is at the Orpheum Theater where I saw my very first Broadway national tour.
You will always be remembered wherever you go, walking on the street as Josh Chan.
They yell it, Josh! And I have to,
not Vinny.
And I have to like, do I look? Do I not look? And no one knows me as Vinny until I meet them. And it's really beautiful to like meet our fans, because Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is about mental health, and it's fun, it's funny, it's musical, but there's so much depth to it. And it's one of those shows that really helped propel the industry into, I think, not only just more representation, but mental health awareness.
Yeah.
You know, we had a very diverse cast. We would feature all kinds of members of the LGBTQ community. You know, we had gay, straight, bisexual, trans. We actually had characters who we discovered were bisexual in the show. And we would talk to GLAAD and talk to them about making sure this organization for LGBTQ rights, that we were doing it right and we were being sensitive. And fast forward many years later, I'm at the GLAAD Awards because I'm in a Hallmark movie nominated for a GLAAD Award, and it's my second Hallmark movie, and I'm pinching myself because I'm wearing a white jacket made by China Mamawal. And she fitted it on me the night, for like 15 minutes after my solo show when I was here 3 months ago. She trying to like hug me and say, "You're so great. Okay, now put your arms out. Okay, measure here, stand up straight." And she made me a suit. I wore the jacket, and everyone turned their heads and just looked at me. And every interviewer they kind of did this. And I thought to myself, do I shy away? Do I lean away from my light? Do I get small because I'm shy? Who am I to be this person? And I thought, no, I'm gonna hold this space, and I'm gonna talk about what's important. And because I earned this, and I know that when people look at me, they're not just looking at me, they're looking at everything that I came from and everything that I choose to represent, and that's representation, positivity, and possibility.
And speaking of representation, diversity, has Hollywood become more inclusive for Asian and Filipino talent, or are we still just checking the diversity box?
Yes, both. We have a ways to go.
Yeah.
We have a ways to go. But we're seeing way more than we ever did. I have a production company, VR3 Productions. I now have a COO of my company, Don Mike Hodrell Mendoza. We are here to have meetings about what we're going to create and how I'm going to go outside of not just acting and maybe doing voiceover or concerts. No. I'm going into modeling. I'm going to be speaking at performing arts colleges and performing arts schools. I'm going to teach 7-year-olds monologues and acting technique. Adults, they're on camera technique for movies and film, voiceover actors who need to learn improvisation to make it in this business.
But now that you are meeting a lot of Filipino talents, Filipino producers, Filipino groups, could we see a Vinny Rodriguez in a Filipino film, or even in a teleserie or soap opera?
Maybe. I'm also writing my own stories, and I have a lot of movies to develop. I've been meeting with a lot of amazing artists here, Vina Morales. We went with Eric Quizon yesterday. I've met with Martin Rivera, and they're all very supportive. And I've met with so many entrepreneurs and figures in the Philippines who want to be a part of the journey of artistry and the expansion of representation for Filipinos. And I want to take that, because I already have done that with Josh. I think it's a worthy cause to take what I've done and take this enthusiasm I have and take these skills that go way beyond acting, and let's actually see what it can do and what good can it do. How can I help?
All right. How can you help? So what would be a dream collaboration for you here in the Philippines? Which one actor and actress would you like to work with, either in a concert or in a film or a soap opera here in the Philippines? A Filipino talent. 2 Filipino talents.
I mean, I'm not going to limit to these two, but off the top of my head,
Yes.
it's really easy to say. My friend and my former cast member from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, Lea Salonga, and a dear friend who's been very supportive and very sweet and an inspiration, I think, is Vina Morales. You know, and yes, they're both female, but remember, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend was written and created by females. The company, mostly females. The writers were mostly females. Very different kind of set. I would ask people, is this what it's like in Hollywood? I've never been in Hollywood. Is this what it's like? And they'd look at me and go, like kind of afraid.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, so this is special. This is a gift.
It's about female empowerment.
Empowerment and taking your life, and I mean, that's what Rebecca Bunch represented. She's an anti-hero. Don't do what she did, but we showed you this journey of how she found herself, and she did it with a group of people that she chose as her chosen family, even though she had issues with her actual family.
So you picked Lea Salonga and Vina Morales. What about among the Filipino male artists? Who would be the two?
I just go. I mean, it's easy. It would be Martin Navarra. Hey, I know syllables in Tagalog. I know accents. I had the titos and the titas.
Yeah.
I just had breakfast with Rex Navarrete, and we pitched him a
the
show.
comedian.
Yeah, the comedian. Yeah, we actually, because I want to be in shows with artists who inspired me, and Rex is one of those. And I met Eric yesterday, and I met Martin. I want to play in the artistic playground.
What
with
about
these-
those who haven't met yet in terms of dramatic actors and actresses?
Well, I like to hold space for the new talent because I was the new talent. Why do you think I teach?
Yeah.
I'm trying to imbue, give back these tools no one gave me. I had to discover them, or I had to learn a painful way. Now, because of my therapy, mental health issues, taking antidepressants, struggling with depression, and then using that in my art and healing from that, oh my gosh, there's so much more hope. And when I see the looks on these students' faces, when they feel that emotion or they realize, oh my God, I can do it. It's a drug for me. I get addicted to
Hats
it.
off to you, Vinny, because you're not selfish. You are selfless because you want to share your talent and develop new Filipino talent here in the country with the talents that you have.
I do. I mean, I've been talking with people about collaborating with
Because when you've succeeded, hey, I'm here on a perch. I'm here on a pedestal. I've succeeded. Why should I help other people? But you're one of the very few artists who is so generous with his talents and wants to share it with everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was raised a certain way, and my origin story is what created me, just like you see in any action hero movie. And I believe that we are the heroes of our own life. And if you don't think that you can change your life, if you don't think you can change who you are or choose your identity, you're 100% wrong, because people do it all the time. But you need to do it for the right reasons, and you need to do it with a sense of self-actualization. Who am I really? What can I actually do with my life, with these skills or with these challenges that I have? How can I take my weaknesses and turn them into my strengths? And so I get to teach any level artist how to do that, because I know for a fact that these artists are dealing with things that we can't see or perceive. And I'm very intuitive, and that's a skill that I realized I've had for a very long time. But until I found out I was neurodivergent, I have a different neurology. My brain is different. I have ADHD, I'm gifted, and I'm a hypersensitive person. And that makes my life very interesting.
And it's what makes this interview so exciting.
It is.
Right?
I mean,
and so
that's,
energetic.
That's what this is. I mean,
we'll talk about your being a neurodivergent artist when we come back right here on Beyond the Exchange. And we are talking to Hollywood artist Vincent Josh Chan Rodriguez
That's right.
the third. We'll be right back.
If you want to be like Vincent Rodriguez III, then don't wait for other people to tell you you're enough. Just dream and don't stop.
May nagbago. May arte. May budget. Akala nyo lang yon. So solid. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya, wow, white rose. White rose papaya. May glow up with white rose papaya. White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up. With White Rose Papaya. White Rose Papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up. ACS.
Your 24/7 news channel is now within reach. Subscribe to iWant and get access to ANC's live 24/7 channel and enjoy ANC programs on demand. The ABS-CBN News channel now on iWant.
Ang galing-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo. Lalo ang kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang bahid. Linis fantastic sa bed. Ang plastic number 1 ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo. Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
And you're watching Beyond the Exchange. Still with us is Filipino-American actor Vincent Josh Chan Rodriguez III. We'll always have to add that.
I like the way you say that. I think that's my new name. Hi, my name is Vincent Josh Chan Rodriguez III. Forget about Kokiko. Forget about my mom's last name. That's not as good. Josh Chan is actually, it sounds much better.
So is there still misconceptions about neurodivergent artists?
Oh yeah, people talk about how that's not a real thing, and there's a lot of awareness that isn't there. But what's interesting is that there's a concept that whatever you focus on, it expands, which is no different than whatever you say in front of your phone or whatever you look for on your phone is what the phone will give you when you search for things. So what do I look up? I'm looking up neurodivergence, ADHD, hypersensitivity, traits and symptoms of autism. And the more I learn, the more I realize, wow, so many artists like you, the storytellers, we suffer with some of the traits of these. Some of us have these disorders, and some of us don't even know. We don't know that the challenge we have is actually our strength.
Yeah.
And I want to uncover that because that's actually what my solo show ended up being about, and I'm still developing it. And at some point, I'm going to bring it to Southern California because it's been here.
Do you ever feel like there's pressure on yourself being a Filipino representing Filipinos on the Filipino-American global stage, or is it pure pride?
It's not. Wow. I have a lot of pride for who I am and where I come from, but I would be lying to you if I didn't say it's a challenge, it's a struggle, and you face the challenge every day. You question yourself every day. Actors who've been professional, they still get nervous. And now there's scientific studies that prove that that nervousness is actually just excitement. But excitement is also anxiety. It's physically, it's the same thing. The only difference is what your brain labels it as. So you can go from feeling anxious, but as soon as you realize, well, it's the same thing as excitement, then you can go, wow, I'm just really excited to be here.
And blessed.
And blessed.
Yeah.
And then you take that energy, no different than being an actor backstage, that nervous energy, and it shakes and you think it's uncontrollable, but then you take that breath and then you hear the audience get quiet, and then you hear lights 32, stand by, go. And you see a light turn on or off or blink, and then you make your entrance. And now you are inhabiting and living in a moment that ideally, as the character you're playing, has never happened. And as an actor, you get to exist for 2.5 hours in this universe that represents something bigger than you and is reaching not only these people, but the people those people talk to, and the cast recording that's going to come as a result. Like, there's a lot of inspiration that comes from art.
When I watch international films, when I watch the likes of HBO, Netflix, Amazon, Disney, we see now a lot more Asian faces.
Oh yeah.
We see Indians, we see Koreans, we see Japanese.
Yeah.
But I don't really see very many Filipinos. What do you think is one Filipino trait that Hollywood underestimates and can't fit us properly into certain roles on a global platform?
Well, I think there's also a challenge with how you, the person, see yourself. If I go into a room, which I did for 11 years, you can see me in shows, see me on TV and go, you're so talented, you must be Broadway. And I hear, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that phrase said to me, I'd have $1 million, over $1 million. It's not true. I've never been on Broadway. And when I think back to that time, I remember having a very big struggle with walking into the room and having certainty and confidence in myself. And that came from something I learned since I was a kid. I was told, you know, sing for us, dance for us, play your clarinet, play the drums, do magic, whatever, entertain us. And then I'd get told, hey, don't show off. Don't be a show off.
Yeah.
And I know it sounds maybe like not a big deal, but there's so many people out there, not just Filipinos, human beings deal with this, but Filipino generational trauma and mental health awareness, these are the things that aren't really discussed in our heritage. And so my name is Vincent Rodriguez III. I played Josh Chan in Crazy Ex-Girlfriend about mental health, and now I'm 43 years old. I have the credits I have, and I got to ask myself, what's next? What can we do with these blessings? And I went, well, who am I? And I went, well, I'm the kind of person who wants to play in the sandbox. I want to play in the sandbox. I want to be on a set. I want to be around like-minded people. I want to lift people up. I want to be in spaces where my representation matters to others and it makes them believe in themselves just a little bit more.
And Vinny, you've done so many genres: comedy, drama, musicals, Hallmark films, voice acting.
Yes.
Which genre still scares you, and why does it scare you?
Oh, I think... Ooh, what scares me, Rico? This wasn't on the list, Rico.
I didn't give you the talking points. I'm sorry.
You're not really sorry. No, actually, I think it's those moments. It's fearing like you don't know what's right, you know? And that's across the board. I can be in a voiceover booth right 10 minutes before dinner, and my heart's pounding, and I gotta finish this. Or I'm in a voiceover booth at Warner Brothers, or I'm recording something for Disney. Oh my God, it has to be good. What if I don't have the ideas? And then I have to think to myself, wait, if you're thinking this, that means you're wasting your time, because you could be thinking, what could this be? Like that level of curiosity, I think, is what has gotten me out of that dangerous fear space. So I think I'm afraid of a lot of different things, but that fear, I think, is what propels me and motivates me and can be a strength.
And what are your plans for 2026?
Oh man, well, it's to come back here more often. I'm working with a new TV film manager in the States, Chris Lee at Authentic Management, and I have a new publicity firm, Tremendous PR. I'm working with them. You know, because I was the voice of Raiden in Mortal Kombat 1, the video game, and I voiced Paul Atreides in the Dune Awakening video game, and I play a Filipino dad in Disney Plus's Kindergarten the Musical. I play a gay ghost in season 2 of The Ghost and Molly McGee, also on Disney Plus.
Amazing, amazing.
There's a lot of space here to bring people along for the ride of opening up more diversity and more opportunities for everyone else while you achieve your own goals.
And finally, your message to Filipino performers who want to be like Vincent Rodriguez III.
Well, I would say if you want to be like Vincent Rodriguez III, then don't wait for other people to tell you you're enough. Just dream and don't stop. And it doesn't matter what you see, what you perceive that is in your way, that's not really there. You get to choose. You always have a choice. That's actually the only thing you do have is choice. So don't choose the bad part, don't choose the drama, choose the hope, choose the faith, choose to believe, because you know deep down inside other people believe in you too. And I'm the kind of person who has that feeling, I bring that feeling, and I'm bringing that into 2026. So I'm ready to work, I'm ready to teach, I'm ready to speak, I'm ready to model, I'm ready to create TV shows and movies and collaborate with more artists, because I love this business.
On that positive and inspiring note, Josh Chan. Oh, I'm sorry. Vincent Rodriguez III. Thank you so much for joining us on Beyond Exchange, and Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, Rico!
When art reflects more of us, we all move forward, and Vincent Rodriguez III, Vinny, or Josh Chan, stands proudly in that moment of progress. I'm Rico Hizon. Join us again next time on Beyond Exchange, where we uncover insights that matter. And thank you to the Asian Television Awards for honoring yours truly as the best talk show host in the region. This recognition strengthens our resolve to deliver accurate and balanced journalism. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, everyone. See you again next time.
This is the Philippines. We are ANC.
It is a mix of deep talk and fun, overcoming challenges while also capturing the subjects of culture and identity in the ever-evolving diaspora experience of Filipinos. One Conversations with Rosa Clarinal, shining a light on everyone in Europe.
She is Asia's timeless diva, Maria Teresa Magdalena, known to the world simply as Dulce.
I finished grade 6 only. I never went to high school, never went to college. So, wala akong tsinelas. Because the first time I had my own pair of slippers is was when I was 11 years old. Pag-graduate na ako ng elementary. Ay pasok sa school, wala akong papel, walang lapis.
For young Teresa, singing wasn't just a passion. It was the only way out of poverty. 5 decades in the recording industry, countless stages, numerous songs. What keeps her singing for overseas Pinoys?
Ang lakas ng power talaga ng musika, no? Kahit na malungkot yung kanta, nakaka-relate ka, nakikiiyak ka, di ba?
Today, Dulce sits down with me on One Conversations, unfiltered, unafraid.
Miss Dulce, your life is an open book. Pero balikan po natin yung buhay ninyo sa probinsya. So, kailan nagsimula yung interest nyo sa pagkanta?
Yung interest, hindi ko naisip kung interest ba because parang nagising ako kumakanta. Parang I thought na normal yun, everybody can sing. Tapos gusto ko laging kumakanta. And in fact, at 2 years old, ay nagpilit akong sumama sa contest. Hindi ko naman na-realize na hindi talaga pwede pa ang bata and bulol pa nga. Ibig sabihin, wala lang talaga akong hiya. Ibig sabihin yung gusto ko lang talagang sumali. But anyway, because ayaw akong tumigil, pinakanta nila ako. Pero yung pala saling pusa, para matapos lang. Because kung hindi sila makapagsimula. And from the time, parang tuloy-tuloy lang talaga ako. At 5, I was already singing, lumalaban na ako hanggang sa parang hindi siya natigil. And kung may perya, magkikiusap ako sa gitarista to let me sing. And then sa mga pundahan sa probinsya, kasi mga tuba, yung mga maliliit na tindahan, I will ask the guitarista to play for me. So parang yun na yung life ko. Kasi wala naman din ibang mapag-alibangan noon. Walang kuryente, walang television, wala radyo, wala lahat, anything. So ang maririnig ko lang kawayan na gumaganyang kawayan.
So paano niyo natututunan yung lyrics ng kanta, mga song hits, gano'n?
No, actually wala. Talagang kung ano lang marinig ko. For example, talagang sa Cebu, hindi nauubos ang amateur singing contests. Like, there's fiesta everywhere. Kasi palibhasa ulang ingay, you will hear the I don't know if you know the trompa, yung parang yung speaker na parang bell na kinakabit sa puno ng nyug.
Okay.
So, you can hear it. So, pag merong contest, pinakikinggan ko lahat yun. Bilis ako makatanda, lalo na bata ka pa. Tatandaan ko yung tono. Yung lyrics ang nakakatawa kasi what you hear from them, I sing it. Tapos, later on in life, nung nagsimula na akong kumakanta sa lounges, like I was 12 years old when I started singing in mga professionally daw. Pero wala pa kasi noong wala pang batas na against child labor. So, merong mga mabuting loob na maganda yung tuturuan ka na ito yung letra, and I appreciate that. Na ay ganun pala yun kasi palibasa hindi mo masyado naintindihan English, no, hindi pa ako marunong. So may mga mali, so naiko-correct nila. Tinatandaan ko lahat yun, and naging ko na sa sarili ko na lahat gusto ko ayusin bawat kanta. That time uso ang jukebox, no.
Yes.
And that nung medyo lumalaki na ako, nag-aaral na ako sa elementary, mayroong pwede ka maghulog sa jukebox ng 25 centavos, 3 tugtog yun. So kunyari merong isang song gusto ko aralin. Ang gagawin ko, kasi lumaki kami na wala kami hawak na, walang pera kasi ang klase kasi ng pamumuhay namin, yung parang barter. Parang what you have sa mga tanim mo, magkikipagpalit ka.
Yes, what you need.
Oo. Kunyari, ito, mayroon akong alugbate, ipagpalit ko doon ng itlog, mga ganyan.
Okay.
So, ganun yung nakasanayan ko. But ito, kailangan ng pera. So, mayroong nagtatahi ako ng sako. Nung araw kasi yung jute bags, hindi yung nylon na lagayan ng rice. Yung nung araw, yung talagang pinantatali na magtatahi ako sa likod ng semeteryo. Magtatahi ako. Pag 3, 25 yun. So, makagawa akong 3, takbo na ako sa jukebox to play the song that I'm studying. Yung mga workers, pagka, nyari, mag-lunch break sila, dadaan yun sa amin. Meron tumutugtog yung kantang inaaral ko, bit-bit yung radyo. Sumunod ako sa kanya. Yung kulang, sinusulat ko. Katabi kami ng ilog, bumaba na siya, akit sa bundok. Nakiusap na ako talaga sa Manong, pwede tapusin na natin yung kanta. So, nabuo ko yung kanta. That's why the song, parang it's so precious kasi.
What song was
so
this?
lucky in my life, you love me as I am. Diba? Parang, kasi noong araw, kahit foreign song, meron tayong version sa atin. Hindi pa uso noon ang original Filipino music. Hindi pa masyado. We had kundiman, but wala pa talaga, hindi pa sa ating sistema yung kakanta ng mga tag-original.
Correct.
And at that time, we just adapt from foreign, no? So ganun, katulad nung record ni Julius Obregon, ni Ray Bascon, so nauso. So yun, inaaral. So nakakaipon ako ng songs paunti-unti.
Ang galing-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste ko, pritong ulam na masebo, lalo ng kaldero, tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang pahit, linis fantastic sa metal at plastic, number 1 ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
It is a mix of deep talk and fun, overcoming challenges while also capturing the subjects of culture and identity in the ever-evolving diaspora experience of Filipinos. One Conversations with Rosa Clarinal, shining a light on everyone in Europe.
So at 12, you were already, singing, professionally singing.
Yeah, I was singing already in we call it cocktail lounges or soda fountain nung araw.
Sa Cebu.
Sa Cebu. And at the same time, yun yung na-discover ako ni Husto Husto. JJ was naging konsehal siya ng Pasay.
I remember.
You remember? He's an entertainer.
Yes.
Para siyang Kuya Germs.
Correct.
Oo, na nag-base siya sa Cebu. And then, pumunta ako doon sa istasyon. So I sang door sa door. Tumayo yung Husto Husto. Lumabas, sabi nga, Yung natuwa siya talaga, sabi, ganyan. Bakit nandito? Yung kasama, gusto ko pong kumanta sa show mo. Sabing gano'n, di ayusin, sabi nung kasama niya, yung assistant niya, di pwede mo itsura, ganyan. Ito mo buhok, parang pugad ng ibon. Di ayusin ang buhok, walang damit. So binigyan niya ako ng damit, yung long sleeves ng panlalaki na, yung tinatalian lang na gano'n. So it started from there and I got sweldo ko is 1 peso.
Parang yung moment na nag-represent kayo sa Philippines.
Yeah.
In that international competition.
Yeah, that was, okay.
It was a turning point in your career?
Yeah, parang it was quantum leap kasi napunta akong Manila na parang dahil lang sa nangarap akong lumaban sa tawag ng tanghalan. Yun talaga ang una. Pila ako sa tawag ng tanghalan. Tapos pagdating doon sa audition master, ayaw niya. Sabi niya, alis. Sabi ko, bakit ako alis? Basta alis. Sabi ko, hindi. Bigyan mo ko reason. Sabi ko, hindi ako taga rito. Nakikitulog lang ako sa Banawe. I'm from Cebu. Sabi ko, mahirap So sabi niya, hindi pwede kasi 13 ang simula ng tinatanggap dito. 12 ka pa lang. Sabi ko, gano'n. Sabi ko, pumila ako ulit sa dulo. Kala ko makalimutan niya ako. Sabi niya, kanina, 12 ka ngayon, 13 ka na. Sabi niya, kailangan sabi ko, mga 6 months pa. So, babalik after 6 months. But while at that, I was auditioning in all mga night spots para lang makalibre ng dinner. Kasi alam ko man di ako tatanggapin. Kasi they want mga sexy, may mga hot pants like that. So, we survived. My mom and I, nag-survive kami sa ganon until time na tinanggap ako ng tawag na tanghalan. So, nanalo ako ng grand prize for 4 weeks, pero hindi ako umabot sa national. But it paved the way to na makita ako ng isang talent scout from Opera House, dinala ako sa Rojas Boulevard. So, at 13, I was already singing in Rojas Boulevard with the big bands. And then, yun na yun, ang mama ko, ayaw na niya, uwi na kaming Cebu. And then, mayroon na naman nagpilit na dala sa Manila. Yun na yung na-discover ako ni George Canseco. And then, he made me sing Dulce Amor Ina at 16 years old. I was 16. And then, by 17, I interpreted ako ang nagwagi in the Metro Pop. And then, kailangan ako lumaban sa Hong Kong. Kailangan ng chaperon. So, naghanap na maging chaperon kasi minor pala ako. So, yun, that was my first travel abroad and then we won the grand prize.
Okay, at may kwento daw yung grand prize.
Yeah.
Piece na kinanta ninyo?
Yeah, because, ang kwento noon, because dahil nga international singing contest, so George Canseco wrote English lyrics to ako nagwagi. Sige, rehearse, ganun pa rin lumalaban yung loob ko. Yes. Okay. Pagdating sa contest proper, I talked to the stage manager, sabi ko, can you please talk to your director to take down the subtitles, the Chinese subtitles, because it's not going to be the same anymore. So, kinanta ko siya in Tagalog. Siyempre, pagkatapos, sinugod ako ng ating Philippine delegation sa likod. Dagas ulo, ganyan. Nanahimik ako. Basta sa akin, ano ko yung damdamin ko na kailangan Tagalog ang kantay ko. So anyway, noong tinawag na lahat ng contestants para i-announce na yung winners, tapos tinawag yung third, New Zealand, si Derek Metzger, sikat na rin siya sa New Zealand. And then second, tinawag, Pilipinas kasi dalawang representative from each country. So Ernie Tagle, one of the participants din ng Metro Pop, ba't kinanta niya Bridge Over Troubled Water? Kasi since it's a singing contest, you can sing any song. But ako talaga, dala ko talaga yung kay George Canseco. So anyway, nung in-announce na siya na second place, siyempre hindi na ako umasa. Lalo na napagalitan na ako. Sabi, wala na. So medyo banjing-banjing na ako doon sa likod. And then, di ko rin naintindihan yung announcement because, una, they announce your name in Chinese. And then, passport name ko, Maria Teresa. Oo. Tapos, tinulak ako ng isang contestant. Tulad, yo, go. Sabi ko, why? You, winner. So, yeah. Kaya talagang yung ako ang nagwagi naging talagang turning point ng buhay ko. Talagang naging ano siya, that gave me my biggest surprise.
Budget? Akala nyo lang yon. So solid! White Rose Papaya, wow! White Rose! White Rose Papaya, wow! papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up. Glow up with a white rose papaya. White rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up. ACS.
In a fast-paced world where business drives the economy, staying informed is crucial. We'll give you a rundown of the day's most significant business headlines with a snapshot of market performance, sector trends, and notable developments that could impact market sentiment.
Unlock the secrets to success as we showcase the strategies, innovations, and stories behind industries and enterprises, so you're always in the know about how the financial world is shaping up. Gain advantage with our Inside Track access, so you have the right information to help you strategize your business decisions.
The most important business and economic news delivered to you every night on the Business Outlook. Get your business news fix on ANC, the ABS-CBN News Channel.
It is a mix of deep talk and fun, overcoming challenges while also capturing the subjects of culture and identity in the ever-evolving diaspora experience of Filipinos. One Conversations with Rosa Clarinal, shining a light on everyone in Europe.
And how did it change your life? After that, nakalatag na ba red carpet sa'yo?
Actually, parang biglaan yun. Parang biglang, it was so big. Kasi noong araw, yung networks, nakaabang eh. Oo, di ba? The stations and mga, ay, sabi ko, maganito, tsaka newspaper, front page ka sa Manila Bulletin, mga ganon. Na front page ako sa Straits Times. Oo. Tapos, from then on, naging parang, I didn't realize na parang naging sukatan yung song na yun for every contestant, na dumating sa point na sa bagong kampiyon daw, si Regine and Veronica patawaran, o kapwa sila naglalabanan, nagra-raffle daw who gets to sing Ako Ang Nagwagi. So parang naging siya, naging barometro siya of what a contest piece should be. Yeah, so naging birit-birit na later on.
Now, yung life naman po ninyo, you know, that's your professional life. Your personal life, nabanggit nyo kanina, 50 years na kayo, over 50 years na kayo. 52
years in
doing
the recording industry.
Recording industry. Yeah. In your life, ano naman yung mga natutunan ninyo na in your personal life?
Well, kasi
that you carry with you up to this day.
Kasi sa pinanggalingan ko talaga ay pinanganak ako below poverty line. So I get to appreciate every little thing that comes my way, kahit ano, yung bang na-appreciate ko, every person who napapansin ako, nagpapasalamat ako. Parang everything ay tinatanggap ko siya positively. So I always look at them as a blessing talaga. And even yung mga hardships, I look at it as a, sabi ko, there must be something good that will come out of this. Kung may nangyaring ganito, baka there's something matutunan ako rito. And even up to now, ganon ang pananaw ko. Kung napansin mo, from the time na sa mga singing contest, hindi rin ako basta umaayaw. Pag sinabihan mo kung hindi, bakit? I never take no for an answer. There should always be a reason for that, and you have to tell me so that I'll know what to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kayo po, alam din ng marami that, you know, you have dedicated your life to God. You're open about that aspect of your life. When did this happen?
The total surrender came in 1997 after my separation from my first family. I had 3 children. Medyo mabigat ang nangyari kasi umabot doon sa... Since ako yung breadwinner, ako yung nagtatrabaho, parang ang hirap lumaban kasi you have to focus on earning, no? And feeding the family. Parang dumating sa punto nga na, sabi ko, parang, alam mo, humarap ka sa salamin. Akala ko nun parang kwentong lang yan, pelikula, parang comics, but humarap ko sa salamin, sabi ko, kung totoo mo Diyos, kung totoo ka, at yung sinasabing mahal mo ako, ayusin mo ako. Ahunin mo ako sa kinalalagyan ko. And ito pala yung catch, sinabi ko pala sa kanya, at magsisilbi ako sa'yo. Nung mangyari yan, akala natin magiging okay lahat. Hindi. Lalong parang hinalukay. So, because nahalukay lahat, parang sabi ko, okay, ganun pala talaga. Parang the cleansing, the surrendering. Bago ka talaga makasunod pala, kailangan mo nang matchap-chap para ka binalatan. Diba? So, pero ngayon, naging klaro sa akin na
maraming challenges along the way.
Yes, maraming challenges along the way. Like in my case, I understand already why, and the things, the dark past, there were things spiritually na may mga kasi galing bundok ang pamilya ko, so mayroong mga bagay na, something in a way occultic, ganyan. So may mga things that you have to surrender. There are things that you have to intercede for the family na, okay, hindi ikaw gumawa, parang bakit ako? Hindi naman akong gumawa nun, di ba? But when you come to understand that, if today you hear His voice, harden not your heart. So, ikaw lalapit sa Panginoon, ikaw hingi ng tawad. Just like what's happening around the world, around in our country. Dahil meron kasing verse na sinabi talaga sa Bible na 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Ibig sabihin, may mga gumawa, pero ikaw, since ikaw tinawag ka sa kanyang pangalan, ano ba yung pangalan niya? Kristiyano. I am a Christian. So, you pray, you intercede. Kaya natutunan ko yung, okay, pag mayroong ganitong nangyayari, hindi pala ako dapat tumiklop, hindi ako dapat susuko, hindi ako dapat titingin doon lang sa pangit ang nangyayari, but look at the brighter side of things. Why is this happening? And then everything talaga, you bring it before the Lord. Kasi that's the only way eh.
How does it make you feel that your songs, your music, people, overseas Filipinos, look at your music and yourself as bridge to home?
Oh, that's a kuda.
Diba kanina nakita nyo, nagkakantahan, alam nila yung lyrics, myself and everybody else are dancing. Yeah. So that is the connection of, to home because of the music that they sing and listen to when they were growing up, when they're watching television, and when they watch films kung saan kayo ang kumanta ng mga theme songs.
Yeah. Actually, natutuwa nga ako na, sabi ko, ang lakas ng power talaga ng musika, no? Lalo na yung mga awit na yung natatanggap nila, ng puso nila, na nagkaka-connect sila. Kahit na malungkot yung kanta, nakaka-relate ka, nakikiiyak ka, di ba? Sabi ko, napakapalad ko rin because itong mga taong nandito ngayon, ito yung lumaki doon sa panahon na ito yung mga naririnig na kanta. Kasi bawat generation yan eh. Kasi there was also a generation na iba rin yung naririnig, like the Miss Pilita before, no? So, ngayon, now that I'm doing this, tapos narinig ko, sabi ko, I thank the Lord kasi ibinigyan niya ako ng ganito yung opportunity na naging bridge ka, tapos parang when they hear you sing this song, they remind you of home, even if you're not there, diba? Music, the words, the comfort, the comforting message.
Correct.
Kaya I also choose the songs talaga that can
uplift their spirits, make them feel good.
Right,
yes.
Kasi sabi ko, sayang kasi yung ilang minuto na kakantahan mo ng parang dahilang uso. I don't go for uso kasi I choose the songs that hindi dahil uso but because I want to sing it, because I feel it and I feel that they can receive what is good that comes from this message.
Salamat na lang, hindi lang na ang isang pusong sugatan. Bawat libo, hindi rinig ang sigaw. Tinatawag pa rin ikaw.
In this part 2 of our annual Christmas wish list, this year we're toning down the extravagance to keep in step with the spirit of the times, with pre-loved, upcycled, and traded in holiday presents with purpose, passion, and a lifetime of value.
It is a mix of deep talk and fun, overcoming challenges while also capturing the subjects of culture and identity in the ever-evolving diaspora experience of Filipinos. One Conversations with Rosa Clarinal, shining a light on everyone in Europe.
You are an icon. Now, maraming nag-iidolo sa inyo. Ano yung gusto po ninyong ipayo doon sa mga who would like to follow in your footsteps?
Well, you know, the younger generation of singers now, sabi ko, they're so blessed because everything is so available to them. Parang kung ikumpara mo noon, kailangan maghintay kung mayroong kakanta sa amateur para marinig ko. Tapos ngayon, it's so available. But at the same time, what I appreciate also in my experience is because mas binibigyan mong halaga ngayon because nahirapan ka. Parang binavalue mo bawat isa. In fact, I look at my pieces, like when I sing, no, I look at every song as an artwork. It's an art piece. Like, there's life to every word that I say. And there's something to convey. And I want to send the message across to those who are listening. It's an interaction because, di ba, there are times bigla na lang, you sing. Kasi nararamdaman ko, they can sing it. And then they can express themselves. So I am really into communication. I am a communicator. Talagang nanunugod ako sa mga piyesta. Nag-audition ako kahit saang merong kung merong, nung araw uso yung radio station, DY whatever, ganun, pupunta doon sa ganito, mag-a-announce sa radyo, marinig mo, ay pipila ako doon. So mag-audition ako doon. You just don't stop. Kung if you have the talent, you know that you have the talent and you know that there's something good in you that you can share, continue on, don't stop. Sa akin, kung wala man singing contest, kung kahit sa puno, kumakanta ako, and then I go to the river, I sing kahit saan. Basta may makarinig sa akin.
If you were not a singer, what would you have become?
Well, nangarap ako maging teacher because yun lang din yung nakikita ko noon na parang, kasi nabaitan ako, meron akong teacher kasi noon na parang she was so kind to me. In fact, sabi ko, if I say that, you know, teacher holds a very special place in my heart. Like, if there's something about teachers, just because of this one person. Because, by the way, I finished grade 6 only. I never went to high school, never went to college. So, and that elementary school, it's not elementary school, it's called community school. So it's a school na where I attend to bare feet. Wala akong tsinelas because the first time I had my own pair of slippers was when I was 11 years old. Pag-graduate na ako ng elementary. Nung pag naikwento ko sa mga anak ko, my older children said, ang hirap naman na mama. Sabi ko, yeah, mahirap. Pero that time, compared to what? I don't know where to compare it, but I just go on. I just continue on, you know. I pasok sa school, wala akong papel, walang lapis. So, manghihiram ako sa kapitbahay kong katabi ko. Yes. Oo. Then, there came a time na at grade 3, bawal pumasok ng tsinelas. Wala akong tsinelas. So, umikot ako sa likod ng classroom, and then meron akong classmate doon na katabi ng jalousies sa bintana. Ko, pahiram ng tsinelas. Si Eladio, pahiram ng tsinelas. So, nilusot doon. Tapos, sinuot ko pagpasok sa classroom, sabi ko, isa-slide ko, pag nakaupo na sa desk, tsinelas, sinulit. Para-paraan, like, kung ano yung need. So, nakasanayan ko rin, like, ano man yung sabi natin, yung anong maituturo mo. I'm just telling the story na ito yung nangyari, ito yung ginawa kong paraan. Like, kung yung panahon na yun, bawal talagang pumasok, dahil ay di manghiram ako.
Correct.
Yeah, tapos yun, nakapasok ako. So, I deal with things one at a time. Kung ano yung situation, I deal with it.
52 years in the
recording industry.
What else do you want to achieve?
Actually, that everywhere I go, every time I stand on the stage, that I'll be able to share the name of the Savior, that I'll be able to speak the name of Jesus everywhere I stand. Yun lang.
Ano yung inspiring message na gusto niyong iwan sa mga
kababayan natin all over the world na makakapanood dito?
Yeah. Sa mga kababayan ko sa buong mundo, in my everyday waking up moment, I actually pray for them because I know it in my heart that God gave me the assignment to pray for the country, and I know I received it in 2005. It was so clear to me. So I mean, I pray for the country, pray for the whole Philippines, the government leaders, etc. Hanggang sa sandatahang lakas ng Pilipinas yan, and to all our OFWs, I pray for them. I just want to remind them that kahit saan tayo naroroon, kahit ano pa yung pinagdaanan, there's only one way out talaga. Jesus. Hindi ako mahiyang sabihin yan. Because yun lang talaga, siya lang talaga ang gumawa ng way para sa akin, para mabuhay ako, para tumayo ako ng ganito, para makapagpatuloy ako. Kasi dapat at this age, mag-65 na ako, bumibirit ba? Sabihin nila, bumibirit ka pa, same key? Yeah. Walang binaba doon sa key ng mga kanta ko. But praise the Lord, di ba? 2 hours lang ang tulog ko from Germany, and then we have this show. Ako man na-amaze din. Sabi, and I thank the Lord. I just commit everything to Him. Lord, ikaw naman ang nagbigay nito lahat. So ikaw, sabi ko, I am asking now for your supernatural strength. You can ask that, supernatural strength. And even doon sa ating mga OFWs, I am praying for the divine protection. Yeah, and that they will come to know the Lord. Alam ko may mga countries na bawal, but you know, in your heart, the Lord sees your heart. He knows. So call upon the name of Jesus. Hindi man madali yung situation, still, Jesus is the light. He is the light of the world. So siya lang talaga. Siya lang talaga. Wala ako ibang pwedeng sabihin, wala ako pwedeng maibigay because yun din ang nangyari sa akin. I only call upon Him. I just call upon the name of Jesus because siya lang talagang gawa ng way para sa iyo. Walang iba.
Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po. Thank you for this opportunity.
This is the Philippines. We are ANC.
In today's episode, we fly to Paris to attend the world-famous Paris Air Show in Le Bourget, France. But before we fly to France, I need to fly to Dubai to do some work with the Air Sports Federation of Asia and meet some good friends I haven't seen in a while. In Dubai, I will meet the folks at the Air Sports Federation of Asia, where we will discuss some important topics about aviation. Then we jet off to Utrecht in the Netherlands, where I will meet my good friend Bu Fugoso for some cheese and hot air balloon adventures. And the last stop, of course, one of the biggest air shows in the world, the Paris Air Show.
All this and more on this episode of Asian Air Safari.
Dubai, the most populous city in the United Arab Emirates and the capital of the Emirate of Dubai. 92% of the population of Dubai are expatriates. This means that most of the people living in Dubai just work here, including me. I am here to attend an important meeting with the Air Sports Federation of Asia.
Well, we're here in Dubai, wherein we will have first an election and an update on what's happening to each country's sports flying activities.
And if all goes as planned, we will see them in the next Philippine Hot Air Balloon Fiesta. Mounting an air show is no easy task. It literally takes a village and a whole lot of teamwork to make it happen. I'm glad that my friends at the AFA are here to help. After all, we all have the passion and enthusiasm to put Asia on the air sports map of the world. After the meeting, the folks at AFA decided to treat me to a nice ride on a yacht to see the famous Dubai skyline.
Well, we just finished with the meeting, and here we are at the marina. We're going to get a ride by the river and have our dinner.
Cruising along the Persian Gulf, it was nice to take a breather and experience the beauty of Dubai from the marina. After all, tomorrow I will fly to Utrecht in the Netherlands for another adventure. Stay tuned. From Dubai, I take a 7-hour flight to the Netherlands in a city called Utrecht. Utrecht is one of the oldest and most vibrant cities in the Netherlands, located in the central part of the country. Than Amsterdam, Utrecht is increasingly popular with international visitors for its charm and authenticity. I came to Utrecht to meet up with my childhood friend, Bu Fugoso. Bu has been my buddy since grade school and high school. As we were growing up, Bu and I have been best friends. He lived just a stone's throw away from my house, and even our parents were friends. In the late 80s, Bu started his career in America, first as a trainee in radiology, and climbed the ranks all the way to the top as the chief of the radiology department at Carroll Hospital Center in Baltimore. Even though we were oceans apart, we always managed to keep in touch, often meeting up in places around the world. Today, we met up in the Netherlands, where I will surprise him with a nice trip on a hot air balloon to see Utrecht from the sky.
Boo, you made you made it on time.
Oh yeah,
You made it on
Oh,
time.
my.
I'm glad for a balloon flight here in the Netherlands. I'll introduce you to my friend.
Okay.
They're inflating the balloon.
Fred Cool is one of the most experienced balloonists.
Magandang hapon po, Rod Cyril de Matero po. Narito na po ang mga nagbabagang balita sa oras na ito. Tingnan natin ang 7-day weather forecast natin mula sa Waze. Sa ngayon, nakakaranas po tayo ng 29 degrees Celsius na pag-ulan. So, as of now, 27 degrees Celsius po tayo at nagkakaranas po tayo ng light rain dito sa Metro Manila. Sa linggo naman, hindi naman masyadong pag-uulan. Gayon din sa Lunes at sa Martes. Sa Miyerkules din, 30 degrees Celsius to 26 degrees Celsius. Pero sa Thursday naman, makakaranas tayo ng mga malalakas na pag-uulan. So, light rains to moderate rains. At sa Friday, makakaranas din tayo ng mga maikling pag-uulan, mga maliliit lang. Sa ating traffic, para sa ating mga motorista na mga nakikinig dito sa DZAM, pasitabi lang po heavy traffic jam po sa may Magsaysay Boulevard. Gayon din dyan sa may Rodriguez Senior Avenue. Kaya sa mga pupunta po ng Santol papuntang ulitin ko lang po sa mga sa mga dadayo po ng Santol papuntang Magsaysay Boulevard, makakaranas po kayo ng mga isang heavy traffic jam po sa daanan na yan. At magkakaroon din meron din traffic jam din po sa Legarda. Then, dito naman sa may Quezon Avenue patungong Skyway. Sa may Skyway, matraffic din po dyan. Dito naman malapit sa may Timog Avenue, sa may Scal Madrinan, meron pong major incident po na nangyari. Kaya kumukuha po pa kami ng impormasyon kung ano ba ang nangyaring insidente. Traffic din po sa may Tipong Avenue. Dito naman sa may Marcos Highway, matraffic din po. At sa papunta ng kabaan ng Marcos Highway, dito naman sa may EDSA North ay matraffic din po dyan. Heavy traffic jams po ang sinasabi at meron din pong weather hazard po na naka-issue po dyan sa EDSA North. Average speed po ng heavy traffic jam mula dyan sa EDSA North ay average speed ay 9 kilometers per hour. Tsaka driving time niya ay 28 minutes. Narito din ang mga balita tungkol sa ating panahon. Isang pangkat ng mga sayentipiko sa panahon na karamihan ay mga Pilipino ang bumubuo ng isang algorithm na nakabatay sa pisika upang matukoy at masubaybayan ang mga shear line. Nabubuo ang mga shear line kapag ang northeast monsoon o amihan ay magtatagpo sa easter line na humihigit mula sa Pasipiko at maaaring magdulot ng malakas hanggang sa matinding pag-ulan sa silangang baybayin ng bansa. Ang sistemang ito ng panahon ay patuloy na nagbabago at maaaring mahirap matukoy kahit sa tulong ng mga imahe ng satellite or satellite image. At yan ang mga tinutukan ng KBS News. Ako po si Rod Cyril de Matera. Muli, magandang hapon po, kabayan.
Papaya. May glow up with white rose papaya. White rose papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up. May glow up with white rose papaya. White rose papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up. ACS.
This is where newsmakers answer to you.
My promise would be the same as I promised when I was Senate President, and I believe I was successful with that. We will make sure that the Senate is independent. It will not be subservient, but cooperative.
Our commitment to the Philippines stands on its own. It's not about any third country. It's not about China.
This is where headlines are made.
Sa sinabi ng Pangulo na mahiya naman kami. Parang hindi kami nahiya. Kami sinabihan na mahiya kami pa yung mag-iimbestiga ngayon.
I also didn't have faith in Duterte because he was my persecutor, but I have faith in the justice system.
This is where we do the news.
That's the people's money. Tapos, ganun-ganun nga. Ang lakas ng loob ng mga to, hanep. Tagagang ibang klase. Kaya, well, makakatikim sila ngayon.
The country must free itself from endemic corruption. Malaysia should not be known because of these various past scandals.
This isn't just talk.
That is not a surplus because the profits are earmarked.
I watched your interview with Congressman Edsel Legman this morning. That there are others.
He doesn't even have a flagship project at this point. But how could he if the budget's been mangled in that way?
Darren, that's a very good question.
How the hell do we enforce an order from the ombudsman when it's filed in the secretary?
Magbabati ba kayo ni Hanila?
Bakit naman hindi?
We're proud of our accomplishment.
International law does work.
I want to thank you for joining me here, sir.
Thank you.
Really, this is Head Start.
We have hundreds of millions of daily active users, and in the Philippines, we're very proud to have Philippines as one of our top 5 markets globally, growing 21% year over year in daily and monthly active usage. We're actually focusing on the markets where we have the substantial marketplace. So the strategy of Viber is to become a super app. The Philippines is ideal for us to design and launch new products because it's with the purple market. The need for international communication is key, and also internal. Also, the strong family values for Filipino mean all this together combines makes it kind of a perfect candidate for us and a perfect market for us.
Paris has always been the heart and soul of fashion. All the biggest names of fashion are lined along the streets of Champs-Élysées. It's also the center of art and culture of the world. Everywhere you turn, there's a famous landmark that's beautiful enough to be put on postcards. Paris is also home to the most beautiful museum in the world, the Louvre. But since Boo and I wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of mainstream Paris, we decided to take a short ride from Trocadero to the quaint little side of Paris where the real Parisians stay, the streets of Le Marais. Le Marais is one of the most charming and historic neighborhoods in Paris. Located in the 3rd and 4th arrondissement on the right bank of the Seine. It's a lively blend of old-world elegance, artistic flair, and diverse cultural energy. Le Marais is a hotspot for boutique shopping, vintage fashion, art galleries, and design stores. Le Marais is where Paris's layered history meets modern vibrancy. It's a place to wander, to linger, and to discover both the grand and the hidden treasures of the city. Since the Louvre Museum is so full of tourists, we decided to visit a smaller, more intimate museum in Le Marais, the Musée Picasso.
Joy, interested in going to the museum with me?
I don't think so, Boo. Maybe I'll wait for you.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positively sure. Why don't you go to the air show instead with me?
Let's go to the museum.
I'll accompany you up to the door.
Okay.
The Musée Picasso in Le Marais is one of Paris's most treasured art museums. Entirely dedicated to the life and work of Pablo Picasso, one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. The collection includes over 5,000 works by Picasso, including paintings, sculptures, ceramics, drawing, and prints. It also has works from other famous artists such as Matisse, Cézanne, and Miro. The Musée Picasso is not just a celebration of Picasso's genius. It's a beautifully curated journey through one of modern art's most complex and prolific minds, housed in one of Paris's most elegant buildings. My good friends Fabrice and Nicolas invited me for dinner in one of Paris's oldest and most beautiful neighborhoods, Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Home to the historic Royal Palace of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, the chateau is a living chronicle of French royal history, from medieval kings through monarchs and exiled royals. You may remember Fabrice and Nicolas in one of our previous episodes. They are in charge of taking care of the Falcon 900 aircraft. You remember when we brought the plane here not long ago to undergo a calendar inspection and service bulletin. Now, they are here to invite me to the Paris Air Show. Not only did they invite me to the air show, they also gave us access to a very intimate part of the show itself, the chalet in which only the most important clients of the show are allowed. But first, we will savor this fantastic meal with colleagues who have become almost like family. I can't wait to see what's in store for me tomorrow. But more of that when we return.
Do you need air charter services? Whether helicopter or fixed wing, local or international, we get you there safely, comfortably, and seamlessly. Wherever you wish to go, we can take you there. Asian Air Safari, we take fun flying seriously.
Love comes in many forms. But in times of uncertainty, nothing spells love better than security, peace of mind, and hope for the future. For over 50 years, we have helped people express this four-letter word. Manila Banker's Life. The best way to show your love.
Ang galing-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste ko. Pritong ulam na masebo, plato ng kaldero. Tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag Smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang pahit, linis fantastic sa metal at plastic. Number one ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
In a fast-paced world where business drives the economy, staying informed is crucial. We'll give you a rundown of the day's most significant business headlines with a snapshot of market performance, sector trends, and notable developments that could impact market sentiment.
Unlock the secrets to success as we showcase the strategies, innovations, and stories behind industries and enterprises, so you're always in the know about how the financial world is shaping up. Gain advantage with our inside track access, so you have the right information to help you strategize your business decisions.
The most important business and economic news delivered to you every night on the Business Outlet. Get your business news fix on ANC, the ABS-CBN News Channel.
Paris Air Show is one of the world's biggest and oldest air show ever. It was founded in 1909 and it is held once every 2 years. The Paris Air Show is situated in Le Bourget, which is a few kilometers away from the city center. The air show hasn't always been in Le Bourget. When it first started, the Paris Air Show was held in the Grand Palais. But as it grew into a major aviation event, it has since transferred to Le Bourget and still continues to do so until today. Today, I was picked up from my hotel in Paris to be brought to the chalet in Le Bourget.
We're on the way to Le Bourget. Our friends from the DFS picked me up. So I feel very privileged. And I will be entering to the back door, not like I usually do in my younger years. I was even riding train just to come over because it was always interesting for me to be here.
It's a different story now. I am now coming in as a guest of the folks at the show. I was welcomed by Fabrice and Nicolas, who has visited me in the Philippines during the hot air balloon fiesta. Plus, I was able to get my own service vehicle to take me to the main exhibition halls. It's nice to see how times have changed. Since this is the oldest air show in the world, it has everything. From military jets, commercial airplanes, and even experimental aircraft that is 100% fully electric. Times have surely changed since the first time I was here.
One thing I enjoy here at the Paris Air Show is that they have everything from ultralights to piston engines, turboprop, and even rocket ships.
They have it all here. From the biggest aircraft to the smallest parts needed to make an airplane run.
We're in one of the halls of the air show. All the manufacturers, the vendors are here trying to sell their products. I think it'll take me the whole day to check out every hall. But everything is interesting. If you're into aviation, you're into mechanics, you're into production, this is the place to be in.
It was also very interesting to see the development of new technologies, especially in the realm of fully electric-powered aircraft. And of course, Special Space Exhibition was also present.
So I guess this is the next ambition. After all the flying here on Earth, I'm off to the moon.
Before heading to see the newest Dassault aircraft, I had the chance to see some of the biggest and fastest airplanes flying above the airshow grounds. It's always such a thrill to see different aircraft flying so close by. This is why air shows are such a popular attraction all around the world. Once I got my fill of watching the air show from the outdoor exhibition, it's time to meet Jerome from Dassault. Beside one of their most popular models, the Falcon 6X.
Yes, welcome. Welcome on board the Falcon 6X. And we're here to introduce that very advanced aircraft, very large. And you have some very special features on it. First of it is on the galley, you get the skylight, where you can see the sky from there. And then after, this is the largest cross sections from height to width.
Okay. For me, also the style has changed now from the seats, from the tables. It makes a lot of difference.
So we are currently putting a lot of effort in that design, and
to be more comfortable.
Exactly.
Once you're in. And of course, I noticed the windshield makes a lot of difference.
Oh yes,
with just 4.
That's a completely new design. It's a fly-by-wire, smart-sized stick aircraft, and therefore it's a latest feature that we have in the Falcon series.
Well, I like the new table on the side. It's totally different from the last one, the previous one.
And you see everything can be controlled electronically. For example, if you have the table, you can put it up and down.
Yeah. So you can turn this into bed as well.
Exactly. It's bed. You can just remove the armrest.
And I like the push for the table.
Yes,
it's no longer. That's what always everybody breaks first.
We have electrical shield also, windshield. So that's give you the new feature that we implemented.
Jerome also wanted to show me the mock-up of their latest aircraft, the Falcon 10X. It is Falcon's newest clean sheet business jet, launched in May 2021. Designed as the largest and most advanced Falcon ever.
The beauty is that we have a lot of innovation on that aircraft. First, because we have a lot of space. And second of all, because this space, we try to benefit as much as we can. So this aircraft will do
2 beds.
Yeah, you can have so many configurations. We bring flexibility, we bring elegance. Because this aircraft can fly around 16 hours. So therefore, we want really we call it the flying penthouse.
Yes, of course.
Because you have to feel really home.
It's intended to compete with Bombardier's Global 7500 and Gulfstream G700.
You can have 2 private suites, and then you have a curtain that allow you to be really private.
This is a good idea.
Yes.
When you turn it into bed, then it's easy. It's done.
It's very easy. It's very done. And the concept is to make sure that you are like an apartment. Therefore, you have your bed or private suite. You can have your own dining table. You can have your own shower. You can have everything you want.
The Falcon 10X represent Dassault's commitment to merging fighter-grade technology with luxury and sustainability. It sets a new benchmark in cabin comfort ultra-long range, and digital flight control, positioning itself at the top tier of global business jets.
Well, you think of everything, huh? You think of how people should spend their money.
The best on that side.
If everything goes as planned, we should be seeing the Falcon 10X in the skies by 2027. Exciting times up ahead. The trip has been a whirlwind of emotions. From doing a little business with the Asian Federation of Air Sports, to reconnecting with old friends like Boo, to coming back to the City of Lights and exploring the world's biggest air show. The world is a big place, but with special friends from all around the globe, the world becomes much smaller, and going on adventures becomes much more enjoyable.
This has been your captain, Joy Roa. See you in the next Asian Air Safari.
Your 24/7 news channel is now within reach. Subscribe to iWant and get access to ANC's live 24/7 channel and enjoy ANC programs on demand. The ABS-CBN News channel, now on iWant.
This is the Philippines. We are ANC.
Tanggaling-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste ko, pritong ulam na masebo, lalo ang kaldero, tanggaling for everyday.
Ganyan pag smart ang dishwashing paste. May double tanggaling formula. Tanggal ang sebo, tanggal ang bakterya.
Pahit para walang bahid, linis fantastic sa metal at plastic, number one ko to. Tanggaling-galing mo, Smart dishwashing paste. ACS.
May nagbago, may arte, may budget. Akala nyo lang yon.
So solid. White Rose Papaya, wow, White Rose. White Rose Papaya, wow, White Rose. White Rose Papaya.
May glow up with the White Rose Papaya. White Rose Papaya. May puti power times 2 kasi may papaya at niacinamide. May shea butter and tea tree oil pa. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
May glow up with the White Rose Papaya.
White Rose Papaya. Kutis sulit ang glow up.
ACS.
Joining us this morning is Senator Bam Aquino, Chairperson of the Basic Education Committee. Senator Bam,
hi Karen.
Thank you so much for joining us live.
Good morning.
On Head Start. Good morning. All right, I want your reaction first. You have Senator Sherwin Gatchalian already saying the budget is not on schedule. The third day of the BICAM was canceled. DPWH wants 45 billion pesos back. Your thoughts?
Alam mo, Karen, the Senate will not sign off on a budget that is overpriced. Period. Ganun kasimple yun. During the hearings, ilang buwan na tayo nag-hearing sa Senado. Lumabas na overpriced ang pagpresyo ng DPWH dahil dun sa overprice, kinukuha yung mga lagay at kinukuha yung mga kickback ng mga iba't ibang mga tao. So this was established during the hearings, the DPWH budget hearings, the Blue Ribbon hearings, and from there, nag-agree na kailangan maglabas ng bagong CMPD, no? Bagong cost of materials. And the Senate computed that with the DPWH. Na-compute yun, nabawasan yung budget, and everybody lauded that move na sa 2026 budget, nasa tamang presyo na dapat yung mga proyekto natin. What Secretary Vince said yesterday, na kailangan talagang malaman ano talaga yung totoong presyo, yun yung dapat nilang gawin. And I think the Senate now is asking DPWH, kung may mga issues kayo dun sa computation namin, mag-compute rin kayo. Gawin nyo yung trabaho ninyo, i-compute nyo yung tama, at balikan nyo kami with the right budget. Definitely, Karen, yung binawasan na 54 billion yon initially, no? Naging 45 billion. That's about 10%, no? Magkano ba yung mga kickback na naririnig natin? Di ba mga ganong presyo rin, mga 10%? Kung susunod tayo dun sa 9 billion lang na kaltas na gusto ng Kongreso at gusto ng DPWH. That's roughly less than 2% ang natanggal. So we want DPWH to come back to the table, give the proper computation. Sabi niya may 10,000 projects yan. E di bilangin nila, sabihin nila sa amin magkano ba talaga yung totoong gastos using the new CMPD. No, we are very supportive of them when they came out with the new CMPD. Ibig po sabihin yan, yung presyo ng materyales. Kasi noon, yung presyo ng semento sa isang proyekto napakataas compared sa mabibili mo sa hardware store, di ba? So binago nila yan, naglagay sila ng bagong CMPD, yung magkano talaga yung totoong presyo ng mga materyales, ng semento, ng kahoy, ng bakal, all of this, di ba? And we supported them there. We praised them for that, di ba? So now it's time to apply that CMPD, i-apply yan dun sa mga proyekto, find out, sabi nila may mga proyekto na masyadong malaki yung kaltas, di ibalik nila, but come back to the table with the right computations. Because we will not sign off on a budget na sa tingin ng maraming senador, overpriced pa rin. Eh kaya nga tayo nandito di ba? That's why we're in the middle of this flood control scandal dahil may mga proyekto na na-overpriced, may mga proyekto na naging ghost project, and we just want to be sure that we sign off on budgets that are properly computed. So meron pa tong resolution, Karen, which is for DPWH to come back to the table, present the real prices, at kung satisfied yung dalawang panel na hindi ito overpriced, yun yung pwedeng ipasang budget.
So now there's an impasse. What compromise are you seeing? I mean, you're not with the BICAM, but given what we've seen, what can happen for, the budget to pass?
For the budget to pass, we need to see
because you've
the
heard
real
the congressmen
computation.
too.
Yes, so ang takot kasi ng mga congressman is kung undervalued o may mas maliit yung budget, baka hindi matuloy yung proyekto. Okay? Ang sinasabi naman namin, may espasyo yan kasi nga overpriced nga yan So may espasyo yan, kahit 10% yung tanggalin mo, kaya pa rin yan, di ba? What DPWH is saying, nako, yung pag-apply ng formula na yan, baka may mga ibang proyekto, ma-undervalue naman sila. Di ba? So what we're saying is, spend a few days, i-compute ninyo, balikan nyo kami, pakitaan nyo kami ng totoong computation, and from there, we will decide whether we will sign off or not.
Okay. Now, is there a risk that clearly there's a lobby with these 10,000 projects, to restore 45 billion? Is there a risk that the education budget will be touched?
I don't think so, Karen. Because in fairness, yung Congress and the Senate nagkakaisa that this is an education budget. Na ito talaga yung pinaka-pinupondohan. But, just going back to those items, sa BICAM, so this is not done overnight, no? This is done over maybe 4 months. Sa 4 na buwan na yan, may mga hearings kayo, may mga TWG, you spend a lot of work on every item there, di ba? Pagdating sa BICAM, mag-agree yung dalawang panel. Sometimes mas mataas kayo, sometimes mas mababa kami, mag-agree tayo. And so far, we've agreed on the education budget, practically most of the health budget, lahat ng mga importante at malalaking bagay, nag-agree naman yung dalawang panel. Itong DPWH, we're disagreeing right now. And may impasse kasi ang gusto ng Kongreso, mabalik yung pondo. Ang gusto namin, ma-retain yung budget cut because the Senate feels that it's overpriced. Diba? Meron pa ring resolution ito, which is probably for DPWH to come back to the table and say, we'll show you project by project, ito yung computation natin. Ito yung totoong presyo. Ang kutob ko, there will still be a cut. No? It's not gonna be 9 billion na cut lang. Kasi ang lit naman ng cut na yun, nag-agree na nga tayo, not just during the BICAM, but even across all of those hearings, Blue Ribbon, budget hearing, DPWH hearing, na overpriced na nga yan. So we want to see the proper cuts implemented, and from there, I think the Senate can decide properly also.
Seeing what you're seeing now, do you believe, Senator, na there are sectors that want to keep yung dating kalakaran?
Probably. Sa totoo lang, di ba? And ito nga yung panahon na kailangan tayo magbago Ang tawag ng panahon, baguhin yung sistema, di ba? Ikulong yung sangkot, ibalik yung pera, baguhin yung sistema. Yun yung tatlong hinahanap ng tao. Ito yung pangatlo, baguhin yung sistema. Kung yung budget, galing nga tayo sa 2025 budget na lahat nagsasabi, isa sa pinakamalalang budget sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, this 2026 budget is an opportunity to do the right thing. To cut in the places we need to cut, to augment in the places we need to augment, gaya ng edukasyon.
Okay, let's talk about education. So you have the education budget in total at 1.38 trillion.
Around 1.3, yes.
Okay, but 960 billion goes to DepEd. So let's start first with the priorities. Okay.
So, Karen, ito ang pinakamataas na budget para sa edukasyon sa ating kasaysayan. Okay. We're hitting more than 4% of GDP, which is the recommended spending for education for a country like ours. In previous years, mas mababa yan sa 4%. So we were underspending. Underspending for education. Ngayon, nasa tamang pagpondo tayo ngayon. Okay? At natutuwa naman ako na yung ilan sa mga advokasya natin, gaya ng pagtayo ng mga classroom, yung feeding program, nabigyan ng tamang pondo. So, if you look at the numbers, from 13 billion originally, we're now at 65 billion for our classrooms.
Okay.
Napag-usapan natin before.
Let's talk about that.
Okay, we talked about the classroom gap before. 165,000 according to the EDCOM 2 report. Ang nabuo ng DPWH for 2025 ay 60 classrooms.
What a shame.
Okay, in October, that was 22 classrooms. Nag-update sila recently, sabi, uy, hindi na 22, 60 na. Isipin mo 60, ang gap natin 166,000 classrooms. So the first step to getting this done is to fund it properly, di ba? So napondohan ito. And both panels agreed we are funding 65 billion pesos worth of classrooms in the 2026 budget. That's about anywhere from 20 to 25,000 classrooms. Malayo pa rin sa 166,000. We need to be at this level of spending for 6 to 7 years, Karen, para lang ma-address natin yung gap na ito. So hindi to pwedeng 1 year lang. Kailangan tuloy-tuloy ito. Pupunta kami sa mga, siyempre, we do a round sa mga eskwelahan. May mga classrooms, they're called makeshift or temporary classrooms. May mga parang barbed wire fence, yero na walang ceiling, napakainit. You know, hindi to acceptable para sa mga kabataan natin. Nagkaklase sila, covered court, may mga plywood. So 4 na classroom na yon. There was one area we went to in Quezon. Sa gitna ng 2 building, yung space, yung pinaka-alleyway, ginawa nilang classroom, naglagay ng bubong, ginawa nilang classroom. No? So, yung mga bata talaga, kawawa talaga. No?
So, Senator, what was the problem? Wala bang pera noon, or the DPWH wasn't building, or they were building too costly?
All three. All of the above. So,
walang pera din.
A, B, or C, D, all of the above. So, unang-una, it was really being underfunded. Hindi siya nabibigyan ng tamang pondo. Pangalawa, yung DPWH, hindi ito naging focus nila. And in fairness to Secretary Dizon,
flood control ang naging focus.
Yes, because in 2026, originally, 255 billion pesos dapat yung flood control. 30% of the DPWH budget would have gone to flood control, Karen. Ganun kalaki dapat yung mapunta doon. Na zero na natin yan. Diba? Natanggal na yan, nalagay na yan sa edukasyon, sa kalusugan, at sa ibang mga bagay. So, yes, I think we can admit that DPWH focused on flood control, they didn't focus on our classrooms. And pangatlo, yung presyo ng DPWH noon ay nasa 3 to 3.5 million pesos per classroom. While we know of NGOs who are doing it for 1 million pesos, LGUs who are doing it for 1.5 to 2 million pesos, so mas mababa yung presyo. So the first step, pondohan itong classroom budget. The second step is to allow LGUs and CSOs, civil society organizations, to build all at the same time.
But is that allowed by law? Can you give a part of the 65 billion pesos to an NGO?
We can after the GAA is passed, because in our special provisions, naglagay ng provision na, excuse me, pwede na ang mga NGO at CSO. In the Classroom Acceleration Program, we're also allowing for it. Of course, may mga rules yan. May mga rules yan sa procurement, may mga rules yan sa paggawa ng mga building. But honestly, the majority of that will go straight to the local government units. Kasi ang idea dyan, Karen, sa tamang panahon at sa tamang presyo, magagawa yung classroom natin. Yung tamang panahon, ibig sabihin, sabay-sabay tayong gagawa. Parang binabayanihan natin yung classrooms. No? Hindi lang isang ahensya ang gagawa nito, kasi previously, only DPWH could build classrooms. With the Classroom Acceleration Program and the special provisions in the GAA, ngayon, LGUs can also build. And ang idea natin, sabay-sabay magbe-build yung mga local government units. And we've already, the committee itself, we're in contact with over 800 municipalities and cities already who are ready to build handa na silang gumawa ng classroom kasi nakikita nila yung problema. So tamang panahon. Pero kailangan nasa tamang presyo din.
Yeah.
And babalik tayo sa usapin sa BICAM.
Yeah.
Hindi enough na makagawa ng project na mabilis. Kailangan nasa tamang presyo siya. Hindi dapat overpriced. Tama yung specifications. Hindi siya substandard. Dapat nasa tamang standard siya. Which is why in the Classroom Acceleration Program Bill, which we're currently reading, on in the period of amendments now in the Senate, naglagay tayo ng price ceiling. So yung classrooms that will be built will have a price ceiling. Meaning hindi pwedeng lumampas sa 1.8 million pesos. No? At itong presyong ito, this is with all of our research, all of the inputs.
What if times change?
We put a provision that every year pwede mag-assess. Pero yung assessment na yon, babantayan na rin ng Senado at babantayan ng Kongreso na pag nag-assess sila, hindi pwedeng umabot ulit tayo ng 4 million, 5 million pesos per classroom. May mga changes yan, paunti-unti, no? But the starting number is important.
Unless naka-aircon na yung classroom.
Well, may ganon, no?
May ganon.
Honestly, Karen, yung classrooms na hinahanap ng mga kababayan natin, napakasimple lang eh. It's really a simple building. May CR, may classroom,
electric fan.
The electric fan and the furniture is another budget altogether. This is just the structure,
Really?
No? Yeah, this is just the structure. Simple lang, para merong mapuntahan yung mga kabataan kung saan sila pwede mag-aral at matuto. No? It's really very basic. So that's the first big budget item. The second budget item na pinaglaban rin ni Senator Kiko is the school feeding program.
Yan, okay. Hindi ba ginagawa ito ngayon?
Ginagawa na siya. We passed that law couple of years back, but now we're funding it at a very high rate, which is 27 billion pesos. Ibig sabihin yan, Karen, universal feeding for kinder and grade 1 at lahat ng mga kabataang malnourished or undernourished will be given food from grade 2 to grade 6.
So where does the money go?
The money goes to DepEd. We put a provision na ang isang LGU, kung meron na siyang feeding program, pwede niyang ibukod yung budget niya para ma-supplement na lang yung budget niya. But otherwise, DepEd will have to implement the feeding program.
Okay, like nationally?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the feeding program, you also have, I'll just read this, 40 billion pesos under the free college law, 30 billion pesos for student allowances?
Subsidies.
Okay, go ahead.
So, ito rin, Karen, dagdag rin to. This is also a huge amount that was increased, and we'd like to thank the Bicameral Conference Committee for approving this. Yung free college law natin, Karen, they will receive a significant increase in funding, not only for the free tuition but also the SUCs, yung state universities and local universities natin. May dagdag yan para mas maraming estudyante ang pwedeng maka-avail ng libreng kolehiyo. Dagdag pa dyan, yung tulong sa mga kabataan pagdating sa allowances. No? That's called the tertiary education subsidy. Yan yung dagdag tulong para sa pamasahe, pagkain, panglibro, pangdormitoryo. And we are increasing this to 30 billion pesos this year. And ang mga pondong ito, Karen, pinaglaban natin to, and we received the full support of the Senate, and coming from the Bicameral Conference Committee, even the full support of our congressional counterparts.
By the way, since we're talking about this, I wanted to read a text from a professor in, I believe this is in Batangas, somebody I know. Sinabi niya, ma'am, alam niyo ba, walang fourth quarter budget release ang DBM sa mga SUCs. I don't know if this is still accurate today, and they are saying it's because of the resignation of of Secretary Mina Pangandaman.
We'll check on that, Karen.
Your thoughts lang on that. Should it affect?
It might affect some of their operations, but it won't affect any of the students.
Okay, it should not. Okay, now the student subsidies, I mean, SHED had student subsidies. How will this change in its face?
Ano yan? Unang-una, we put that all of these subsidies have to be given out through CHED and the schools. Hindi yan pwedeng dumaan sa mga politiko, no? So we included that in the tertiary education subsidy. We prioritized yung 4Ps. We prioritized yung mga anak ng 4Ps, Karen. We prioritized students at risk of dropping out. We prioritized yung mga pinaka-nangangailangan. And this is a huge amount. Kulang pa rin to, sa totoo lang. If we wanted to provide allowances to everybody, kulang pa rin yan. Pero definitely, mas malaking amount yan compared to before. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 6 billion pesos more than last year. So, itong pagpondo ng edukasyon, napakahalaga, Karen. No? It's really important na pag nakita mo yung 2026 budget, kitang-kita kaagad sa numero na edukasyon yung prioridad natin. So while we're pushing for education, sinusubukan naman natin na tanggalin yung mga items at mga gawain na nagdudulot ng korupsyon. Edukasyon, hindi korupsyon. No? Yan yung tawag ng mga kabataan. And that's what we're trying to do with the 2026 budget.
Okay, digitalization.
Yes, so we're going to Cadena now. Okay,
all right.
Okay.
Wait, not of the budget first, but DepEd. Is that part of it?
They have budgets for laptops, they have budgets for all of that. Nandiyan naman yan, Karen.
Okay, now you have been pushing for the Cadena law.
Yes.
And wait, by the way, I wanted to say, listening to how you spoke about education, it's the first time that we are spending the recommended 4% of GDP.
This is more than 4%.
This is more than 4%. Frankly speaking, this could be President Marcos Jr.'s legacy.
Yes.
Why doesn't he make it his legacy?
He actually mentioned it in the last SONA. Of course, yung mahiya naman kayo, yun yung mas tumaginting. But he did say earlier on that the next 3 years of his presidency will be focused on education. So, ito Karen, going back to the Senate, alam mo naman na ito rin yung advokasya natin. So, natutuwa tayo na merong meeting of the minds, no? That we have to fund education habang talagang ginagawa natin lahat ng makakaya natin para mawala yung korupsyon. Ginagawa rin natin yung lahat ng makakaya natin para mag-increase yung budget ng edukasyon.
Alam mo, gusto ko lang sabihin, parang kailan lang, no, listening to you today, you said, nakakatuwa, there's a meeting of the minds. Eto ka, si Senator Bam Aquino, tas ang Pangulo, si Pangulong Marcos Jr., tapos yan, of course, Senator Amy, you've worked with her before. But to go through this period in time, we're in, at one point, the Marcos and Aquinos were just historically of an opposite poles.
Gusto mo, dagdagan ko pa. All of the Duterte senators supported this budget.
Yun pa. I mean, really.
Dagdagan pa natin. There are items. So that's specifically si Senator Robin Padilla, Senator Go, Senator Amy, Senator Marcoleta, although I don't think he doesn't want to be seen as part of that Duterte senator, but the minority, sabihin na lang natin the minority, lahat sila sumuporta rin dito. So, there are issues, Karen, yung issues na pinakamahalaga sa bansa, hindi dapat nilalagyan ng kulay politika. Hindi dapat, kasi iba yung pamilya mo, iba yung pamilya ko, magkaaway na tayo. There are certain things like education, like fighting corruption, like healthcare, na kailangan talaga tayong magtulungan. And I'm proud to say sa Senado, buo talaga yung suporta dito. From all of my colleagues, minority, majority, sino man ang binoto ng 2022, sino mang tumakbo ng 2025, we're coming together for the education budget under the leadership of Senator Gatchalian, and we're coming together to fight corruption also.
Which leads me now to President Marcos Jr. prioritizing
the Cadena law.
The Cadena law.
Yes.
I mean, if this were another administration, when you think of it, I couldn't imagine. You know what I mean? Right?
Nagulat rin ako that it was included in the priority list. I think we have to thank our Senate President for that. They had a LEDAC in the morning and during the LEDAC na pag-usapan yung mga priority measures and pinush ng Senate side yung Cadena law, and we're very happy that the President agreed na isama siya sa priority list.
Okay, ano ang Cadena law?
So ito, 2 hours tayo dito, Karen.
So, gusto ko layman's terms.
Okay, yung Cadena, let me spell out Cadena muna. Okay, Cadena is citizens. Okay, citizens access and disclosure of expenditures for national accountability. So ito po yung pag-disclose o pag-publish ng lahat ng mga gastos ng gobyerno. Para yung pera ng bayan na nagiging na-tax po natin at ginagastos ng gobyerno sa mga proyekto, sa mga kontrata, sa mga iba't ibang bagay, dapat nalalaman ng tao. Nakikita ng tao. Yung media, Karen, hirap na hirap ang media maghanap ng mga detalye. Hirap na hirap maghanap. Sino ba yung nag-bid dyan? Magkano ba yung ginastos dyan? I'm sure you've gone through that.
Absolutely.
Kaya nga, investigative journalism, mag-iimbestiga ka. Even in the Senate, kailangan naming halungkatin lahat ng mga papeles na yan. Your CSO watchdogs, People's Budget Coalition, all of these groups, hirap na hirap sila to get this data. At yung data na ito, nung nalaman ng tao Magkano ba yung ginastos sa flood control? Sino ba yung contractor dyan? Magkano ba yung sementong ginamit dyan? Doon lumabas lahat ng mga corruption. No? Doon lumabas lahat ng mga ebidensya ng corruption. So yung Kadena Act po, unang-una, kailangan mag-disclose or kailangan ilabas ng mga ahensya yung lahat ng mga pinagagastosan nila, especially yung mga kontrata. Hanggang sa ano yung mga proyekto, sino yung mga nag-bid, sino yung nanalong contractor, anong completion level na ba ito? Nasa 30% ba to, 70% o 100%? Magkano yung ginastos ng gobyerno? And even up to magkano yung semento, magkano yung bakal, kasi dyan nga tinatago yung overpricing, no? So lahat pong yan, kailangan mag-disclose yung mga ahensya.
Okay.
Now, kung hindi nila i-disclose within 7 days, the responsible officer can be charged with an admin complaint, administrative. Kung hindi yan ilabas, by 30 days, pwede na pong criminal complaint yan. Pwede kang makulong kung hindi mo ilalabas yung datos na nakalagay dun sa kadena law. Now, kung binago mo yan, dahil may pinagtatakpan ka na pagnanakaw, pwede kang ma-charge as a principal in that criminal complaint. So, makakasuhan ka rin. Makukulong ka kung baguhin mo at maglagay ka ng mga datos doon na mali o meron kang pinagtatakpan.
Maganda to. Ngayon, you are required to disclose. So, tatanungin ng tao, saan ka magde-disclose? And ito ang tatanungin ko is that blockchain component.
Okay.
At anong kaibahan nito sa COA? Ang COA may disclosure yon.
Nakikita mo ba, Karen, yung reports ng COA?
Oo, hindi.
Okay, kasama sa kadena law, yung reports ng COA.
Okay.
Kailangan rin ilabas. So,
so when you disclose where?
You disclose on the first year on your own website.
Okay.
By the second and third year, sa kadena na yan nakadisclose. Kasi binubuo yung, the kadena kasi, yun yung system, no?
Yeah.
It's the name of the law, it's also the name of the system. So, it's a portal kung saan lahat ng citizens, lahat ng mamamayan, lahat tayong taxpayer, pwede tayong pumunta doon, malaman natin saan napunta yung pera ng bayan.
So that portal will be open to the public?
Yes.
So that portal has to be funded?
Yes.
Itself, the portal, the tech portal?
Hindi siya ganun kamahal, Karen, ha? So, lumalabas naman na yung teknolohiya, nandyan eh. Kasi over the course of creating this bill, hopefully maging law, we spoke to over 250 individuals and organizations. At ang raming tumulong. Many groups supported us and we were able to really change the bill.
Yeah.
Kasi yung first version, I will admit, may pagka-contentious eh. May mga nagbatikos, may mga nagsabi, why are you legislating technology? But we were able to get all of those comments.
Yes.
Binago namin. By the time that we filed the bill, it was an improved bill already. At nakuha natin yung suporta. We voted on it yesterday, 17-0. No? So walang kumontra.
Wow.
All of my
Unanimous.
colleagues, all of my colleagues who were present supported the bill. Minority, majority, iba-ibang kulay, sumuporta po dito.
So where does the term blockchain come into the picture?
So originally kasi, ang kwento nito, Karen, let me go back.
Yeah.
Magpa-flashback tayo ng konti. Remember, many years back, may FOI, Freedom of Information Law, di ba? So ang FOI, ang pinakabuod ng FOI, kung ako magsusulat sa isang ahensya, kailangan niya akong sagutin. Di ba? I can make an FOI request for this project. Gusto ko malaman to, kailangan akong sagutin ng ahensya. Yung FOI bill, nag-evolve yan into the full disclosure bill, which is kailangan on its own maglabas yung mga ahensya ng kanilang mga data pagdating sa expenditures at sa iba't ibang mga bagay. Itong kadena is another evolution. It's the full disclosure component, pero meron kang technological component. And we actually started here, no? And initially, we called this blockchain the budget bill. Kasi gagamitan mo ng blockchain.
Ang taas ng blockchain.
Exactly.
Di ba?
Blockchain is a technology now na ginagamit para mag-secure ng mga data. No? Hindi mo pwedeng bagu-baguhin lang yan kasi naka-blockchain siya. And blockchain is being used by banks, being used by governments, being used by private corporations. Sa totoo lang, hindi na siya ganun kabago. Maraming blockchain experts sa Pilipinas. No? But during the course of the law, of making the law, naging malinaw na we cannot legislate blockchain per se. We legislate the standards. Kailangan machine readable. kailangan interoperable, kailangan immutable. Anong bibigat ng mga terms na to, no? Ibig lang sabihin yan, hindi pwedeng mabago ng kung sino-sino. Ibig sabihin yan, hindi pwedeng isang grupo lang yung may-ari ng data, di ba? Kailangan open to sa publiko. At iba't ibang mga grupo pwede maka-access nito at pwedeng magamit rin yung data, no? So, all of these are standards in the law, and we may use blockchain. 2 years from now, baka iba na yung teknolohiya, you can use another technology as well, no? So, we started with blockchaining the budget, but we're now at a level where this is a governance bill. Na kapag napasa po ito, magbabago talaga yung governance ng ating bansa. Kasi lahat ng mamamayan, media, academe, the church, lahat ng mga grupo, CSOs, politicians, everybody will now have access to government data. Yung data na kung saan, nandun yung pera ng bayan.
On that note, Senator Bam Aquino, thank you for joining me today. And I'd like to say it in advance, blessed Christmas. I think because a lot of people are coming over, it's also to close the year, no? All right, so...
wala akong Christmas spirit gano'n.
Wala akong Christmas spirit.
Wala, maraming ginagawa eh.
So wala.
Wala nga kami masyadong dekorasyon sa opisina eh.
Wala.
No, because there's so much work to be done, Karen. So, but Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
All right.
This is the Philippines. We are ANC. Welcome to the Business Outlook, where we sit down with visionary leaders shaping the future of business. I'm Ron Crew.
What strategies, challenges, and innovations are driving success in today's dynamic marketplace? I'm Salve Ibanez.
Recently, the Securities and Exchange Commission launched the RENT program, which sets clear rules for rental pool agreements to protect both investors and developers in condotel and other similar projects.
Sustainable real estate developer Damosa Land has become the first company to secure approval under the SEC's RENT program. To talk to us about how their condotel investment works, Damosa Land President Ricardo Lagdameo joins us in the studio. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Salve. Hi, Ron.
Carrie.
How are you?
Thank you for joining us. Now, this is something that's new, innovative, and apparently you're, what, 1.2 billion bet on Mindanao's next economic boom. So talk to us about what happened for you to get into this program, why you're the first, and why now?
Well, you know, we had been planning this project for quite some time. So we started planning probably early 2004. The name of the project is Trip Samal. So essentially it's a condotel, which it operates as a hotel. It will be on Samal Island. And as we were planning, a couple of months later, the SEC came out with a new regulation that any projects with pooled income or shared income would have to be regulated by them or registered with the SEC. So we were kind of halfway through our planning, and then we had to start planning for this SEC registration. But for us, we just said, look, it's a new regulation. It's probably going to be better for the investors. So we went along with it. We went through with it. And about a year later, we got our approval. So that was just about last month that we got our SEC approval. And we found out that we were the first company to comply with this new regulation.
Why is that better for investors? And how could it be good for you as well?
I think there's a lot more transparency, if it's regulated by the SEC. So companies such as us, we're required to disclose a lot of information. We were required to do a prospectus, a registration statement. We even had to bring in independent directors for this. So we felt that governance-wise, it would be very good. So an investor that...
But more to do for you.
A lot more to do for us. But we said, we're planning for the future, right? And it gives the investors confidence that their investment will be secure with us.
Considering what you know about the real estate market in Mindanao and the timing now, Metro Manila is overpriced, a lot of people say. And there are a lot of condominium units here that are not being sold. But you have full occupancy? Or are you... what is it that would tell you this is a good space to be in, and if this is going to make a lot of money for your company?
We're very bullish on tourism. So for the last couple of decades, our group has been involved in tourism already. We own a resort called the Pearl Farm Beach Resort. It's also there on Samal Island. So we're very familiar with what the numbers look like, in a good market, in a bad market. And we think that tourism will continue to do very well. For instance, in the Davao region, there's a lot of infrastructure that's currently being built that we know is going to be completed. The airport is being upgraded. There's a lot more international flights that are coming in. So we think that all of these coming together in the next couple of years, that tourism will just continue to be very robust in the region. On the condominium selling side, although there has been a slowdown over the last maybe year or two, and I think that's characteristic all over the country, we never had that big dip. That I guess what they're saying here in Metro Manila, that there's this current glut. In Davao, we never had that. I think one of the reasons is that we also didn't have pogos, for one. So there wasn't this big drop off all of a sudden. I think sales still continue to be very brisk across most developers. So we feel that there's still a big market for this kind of product.
Aside from condo hotels, you also have industrial parks and IT hubs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But how does this new condo hotel fit into the larger economic picture you're building for Davao? Did you say Trip Samal?
Trip Samal.
Trip Samal. And it's not your first.
Collaboration
It's not our first hotel.
Yeah.
Under Damosalan, we've already been working with FINMA Hospitality. We have 2 hotels under them.
The Wyndham.
Under Wyndham. Under the Microtel brand. So Trip is also part of the Wyndham umbrella, and it is more lifestyle brand that
Why
they have.
FINMA?
I'm sorry?
Why FINMA? Why did you choose FINMA?
We've been working with them for many, many years now, and they're a great hospitality company. We've been working very well over the last more than a decade now, and we like the way they work, and we know that they'll do well for our investors.
Is that the only partnership you have?
In the hospitality side.
In the hospitality.
Yes. But across our different businesses, we have other partnerships as well. You mentioned our industrial parks. So, for instance, we've partnered with the likes of Aboitiz Power on the power side, Manila Water for water distribution, and in general, all of our investors, locators, we consider them partners. So we have a lot of foreign investors that have come in, whether BPOs that have invested in our offices or manufacturing companies that have invested in our industrial parks.
I want to circle back to the tourism side. I don't know if you've been to Samal. Have you been to Samal?
A long time ago.
A long time ago, so it must have changed a lot. I know that for the Marites out there listening, the commissioners of the SEC once had a commission meeting on Samal. I don't know. You know about that?
I've heard of that, yes.
Okay, so circling back to tourism, so just to go back to your point, tourism is going to bring in not just tourists, but also investors into the area. Is that correct?
And that's what we're trying to do now. Because when we look at Samal Island, so it's really, I would say it's a very important tourism destination for the Davao region. It's a stone's throw across from Davao City. It's literally like less than a kilometer across the channel. It's where Davaoeños and people from Mindanao go for R&R. But to be able to invest in tourism, to actually own a piece of a hotel there, so you can have an investment and you can use your room for 15 nights in a year. So we think it's a good way for investors to come in without actually having to be there full time and looking after your property.
You beat me to it. I was just actually going to ask if this is a new investment, something that Ron can add to his portfolio. How does it actually work? A condotel investment in something like that?
Well, you know, it's not a new concept. I mean, we do have condotels that are in the market. I think what's new is that it's now being regulated by the SEC. But essentially, as a condotel, you're buying a property within, in this case, within the hotel. So you actually own the property. You own the room. You'll own a title to that property. But our management company, FINMA, and using the TRIP brand, they will be the ones to do basically everything for the investor, from occupying it to managing it, later on upgrading it if it needs to be. So you don't really have to worry about too much as an investor.
But the cost, you will have to pay for the cost of upgrading if needed.
It's part of it. It's part of it. But it's something that you will not pay all in one. You'll probably pay it over time. And in maybe 10 years or more, then that's the only time that we'll probably need to upgrade, if we need to upgrade the property.
What is the, sorry Ron.
Go ahead.
Very interested. What is the ROI?
I mean,
well, Excel to us.
I mean, of course, it's something that definitely we can't guarantee. So the ROI...
It will depend on a lot of factors.
It depends
the location,
on the price.
of course, the service that you give.
Yes, the occupancy levels. But based on our assumptions, and this is a wide range of assumptions, it can be anywhere from, say 5.5% to a little over 6%. So
every year,
year.
annual,
And you get
for
paid
an
quarterly.
investment size of. I saw it was 20 million. Is
Majority are at about the 10 million level. There will be some units that are about 18 to 20 million. But about 90% of the inventory will be about 10 million pesos.
Okay, just going back specifically to that rent system, that new rent regulation, what changed? If this is a new, not a new concept, it has been done before, but the rent system, the rent regulation is just being implemented now. What has actually changed? Aside from you guys doing more in terms of documentation and submission of documents to the government, but what has changed? What made investors more secure with this rent regulation?
I think because it's SEC regulated, so your rights as an investor are more secure. If there's, God forbid, if there's any problem with the developer, then that investor can actually go to the SEC or any other government body.
As opposed to before, when there wasn't the rent regulation before, you didn't have any other recourse?
You still could,
Can
but
go
of
to the
course,
courts.
with a government regulator in between, it makes it a bit more easier, I suppose, in that sense. It gives the investor more confidence, almost like owning shares in a public company, for instance.
I was going to ask, because this feels like a new asset class, After the REITs, for example, if you want to invest in a real estate property, do not have billions of money like a Nepo baby to start a mega construction business. You can buy a share in a REIT, and then you can take part in the earnings from those hospitals and malls, etc. This feels construct a hotel, but I want my own place that I can rent out when I'm not there.
You can see it that way, and then that's why it's considered an alternative real estate investment.
Is this going to change the investment field, you think?
We hope so. I mean, we hope that it can bring in a new class of investors. We also hope that it can bring more investment to places such as our region, to the Davao region, to make it easier for people to come in and invest there.
If you don't have a last question, I want to ask. Should they ask as they do due diligence on companies like yours?
I think first and foremost, I would do a lot of due diligence on us as a company, or any company for that matter. Look at the track record, look at what kind of projects that they've done.
If there are ghost projects.
Yes. I think also take a look at the property. Take a look at where the project is situated. I think in real estate that's see also what kind of other investment is around that property, what kind of infrastructure is being built. And then of course, I would scrutinize the assumptions that go behind our assumptions behind the ROI or the yield that we're projecting. So I think what's good about this, it's, for better or worse, it's like an open book. We're putting ourselves out there. We're saying, we're not hiding anything. We're saying that if you're going to invest with us, this is us as a company. This is what the investment our revenue assumptions. It's very open book, basically.
Yeah, it's because it's regulated.
Yes.
You're actually required to issue those disclosures.
Yeah.
Let's talk about more of this in the next segment. For now, we're taking a quick break. More with Damosa Lands. Carrie Lagdameo after a few minutes. Keep it here on ANC.
May nagbago! May arte! May budget! Akala nyo lang yon. So